Bye, bye, bye. test. Okay, I will leave the stage and speak on stage. ودابا كتسمعوني now. دابا yes we can. اوكي من قبل وانا كنهضر معاكم تنقول no one is reacting. سيرفر لا في السيرفر لا. بدر الدين فين كتسمعني يا اخي بدر الدين؟ فين كتسمعوني؟ واش في يوتيوب واقيلا ولا كتسمعوني في ديسكورد؟ الصراحة it's the first time we are using YouTube, so I'm not sure. فيديو ديال يوتيوب that's weird. اوكي غادي I think غادي نحاول نقطع ونعاود ندخل. اوكي 5 minutes ان شاء الله 5 minutes. ودابا كتسمعوني؟ اوكي perfect. الحمد لله loud and clear. Okay, perfect. We had some technical issues and صافا اش اخباركم؟ قبيله تنسولكم صافا اش اخباركم وهذا تنقول واقيلا حتى واحد ما كيسمعني ولا واحد واقيلا حشمتو ومبغيتوش تجاوبوا صافي وليتو تحشموا. cool that's great. والله الحمد لله صافا احنا with this event صافا that's great it's good. دونك قبل ما نبداو معنا كريس اليوم غادي يهضر على الموضوع ديال latency في real time multiplayer games و how to deal with it. and هاد السيشن ان شاء الله غادي تكون 100% بالانجليش. ان شاء الله غادي تبدا مع الوحده وربع. من بعد مباشره فاش غنساليو السيشن مع كريس غادي ندوزو للبانل فين غيكون معانا كريس، غيكون معانا برافيل سامو اسامه حسين، وغيكون معانا علي الغرمول where we will be talking about niche multiplayer games ان شاء الله. and yeah غيكون a panel about engineering multiplayer a real-time multiplayer game. لا mainly English. I don't know if Chris is with us now or not, but hey.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
So
Thank you very much
first
for having me here.
question, very quick. Do you talk any other language other than English and Korean, maybe?
Uh, Unfortunately not. I'm living in Finland for over 6 years, but my Finnish is really poor.
Okay, it's okay. That's amazing because we here in Morocco talk Darija, Arabic, and English, French. So there was a question about if the talk would be in French, but I assured them that it will be in English.
Yeah. I studied French 6 months in high school. But
That's
as you know, it's like a high school. Yeah, the learning language is not really the proper way. So,
yeah. So do you remember any word in French or
uh, just like bonjour or like what was it? Yeah, some. Uh, I cannot remember that much. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
okay, okay. No, no worries. Bonjour, bonjour. Donc, hello everyone. Thank you for being with us today, Chris. It's really an honor to have you with us today. And I am not sure if I activate my camera, if the connection would be able to handle all this at once. Uh, let's try it. Okay, camera access is denied. Okay, that's weird. Hmm. Okay, I should be able to appear now. Hey, hello everyone. So I will have to take off the camera. I don't know if you can hear me very well or if.
Yeah, sounds good. Your
Okay,
sound is really nice, clear.
I think it's 1:50 p.m. 15 p.m. Let's start by so first thing first, we have with us Chris Hong. Thank you so much for being with us today, and he will be talking about latency in multiplayer, real-time multiplayer games. And I think I will let Chris talk about himself and introduce himself. And the word is yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, I have a small presentation, so maybe I can share my screen. Just give me a second. Mm, So, can you see my screen?
Yes, I think yes, we
I
can
hope
see
you
it.
can see my PowerPoint slide presentation.
No, not yet. We are seeing the Discord window.
Hello.
We are only seeing the Discord window right now.
Uh, okay, my audio was also cut it out. Uh, Let me try again.
Okay, okay, go ahead.
Is this
No worries.
Discord? So, what about now? Uh,
I'm
okay.
not sure if black screen. We are seeing a
The
black
problem is
screen.
I have only
I think we lost you, Chris. I mute. Yeah, yeah. I think we lost you, Chris, right now.
oh, yes, sorry. Let me try again. Why it's
Normally, when
not?
you click on share your screen, you have the choice between a window and yeah.
How does
Yes,
it looks like now?
yes, yes. It's
Oh, okay.
wonderful right
Okay, great, great. Yeah, thank you, thank you. So yeah, yes. Today I want to share my experience in the multiplayer, real-time multiplayer development. Is not deep technical. Is I didn't yeah bring any code or how I really implement it. But I want to share the idea of how we can work, how we can deal with the latency and the real-time multiplayer. And because yeah, maybe I can go a little bit more detail in the next slide. But Yeah, the as you know, the latency is one of the biggest pain point when we try to make the real-time multiplayer. So, yeah, this is not the only issue with the technical side. It's also quite a combination of everywhere, everything. So, yeah, so let me share my idea. Before that, yeah, let me introduce myself. I joined the game industry almost 30 years ago. I started in 1994. So yeah, and when I started, yeah, the game was not that much like these days. So yeah, I was mostly a programmer for these kind of the multiplayer games, very text based. And I established three different studios and ran them for about 15 years. Yeah, I was a studio head in Smallgate. Smallgate is famous with the Crossfire. Maybe some of you know. It's one of the biggest game in China now. Yeah, I was also the producer at New and the other Gate. Yeah, recently, yes, currently I'm in Finland now. I was the online tech lead at Ubisoft Finland studio. I was the tech lead at the Metacore. Metacore is also famous with the Merge Mansion, the puzzle game, the Merge puzzle game. Yeah, so yeah, I was tech lead at there, and I was also the online tech director at Tentacle Studio in Germany. Yeah, I also taught students for quite many years, and yeah, I was teaching students at Nanyang Polytechnic in Singapore, other universities in Korea. Yeah, and yes, I launched yeah quite a number of real-time multiplayers, PC, console, and mobile. Not every of my game was a real-time multiplayer, but most of the game were real-time multiplayers. And currently, I'm a CEO and the chief developer at Cosmo Universe. This is a very new studio. We are mostly focusing on the backend integration. So we are not making the game by ourselves. We help the other studios to integrate the backend and real-time multiplayer features. And I'm also working as an online programmer for Camel Games in Sweden. This is the remote work for me also. And yeah, we are working for something similar like Rocket League game. Yeah, it's a real-time multiplayer based on Unreal Engine. We are aiming to launch this maybe next year or to 26. So yeah, it's another new project. Yes, so my LinkedIn is here. If you have anything you want to talk with me, feel free to contact in any time. Yes. Thank you. And let's dive into the topic, the latency. Yeah. So mm I believe all of you already know what is latency. Latency is a delay time between the point to the other, isn't it? So if we calculate the round trip and then yeah the go and back come back all the time difference time gap is the latency. But as you know, uh, this latency is coming from because of the speed of light. Yeah, our electric signal is not exactly same speed as speed of light, but yeah, let's just say yeah, it's almost same as the speed of light. Light is very fast. Yes, we know it's super fast, but also on the other hand, yeah, the Earth is also very big. So the problem is okay. Uh, when the light, let's say the electric signal, this signal want to travel around the Earth, it takes about 133 milliseconds. This is still quite fast, but yeah, as you know, we are all game players also, isn't it? So if you're playing very fast-paced FPS, then 133 millisecond is not that really great ping for your game, yeah, isn't it? And even we say we want to play between the different countries, continents, especially like example Brazil to New Zealand. Yeah, is the direct connection between there is not that far, but if we put our server in Ireland, yeah, the round trip distance is 27,000 kilometers. No, sorry, the 54,000 kilometers. Yeah, one single direction is 27,000. So actually 54,000 kilometers is longer than diameter of the Earth. So yeah, it will take 180 milliseconds to travel over this distance. And then let's say if we have 180 millisecond in your monitor, yeah, your screen, and your screen is example is 144 hertz. These days there's a super much faster monitor, but yeah, we have a quite many of 144. So yeah, let's just calculate with the 144. Then each frame rate on your screen is 6.94 millisecond. That means if you really want to travel from Brazil through Ireland to New Zealand and come back, that signal will skip 26 frames of your monitor. So it's quite slow than your local machine, isn't it? Yeah. Not only that, yeah, we have in the internet, maybe some of you know, there's a lot of devices. So it's not one single line of connection from the point A to point B, something like that. So there's a lot of routers, a lot of different computers. All those devices has its own processing time. So it will eat the time, delay time through the processing. Yeah. And not only inside the network, when you press the button, yeah, your own local machine and your servers and everywhere, there are also some processing latency. So we also need to consider this too. So when we calculate everything into a one single result, this is very simplified picture. So yeah, the actual internet and crossing over the network is very, very complicated and it takes long, long time. Anyway, yes, the latency, we need to accumulate all these latencies into the final latency. And then not only this is like if you are working on the mobile device or like if you have some kind of switches at the front to protect your some make a better network or like if you have any protection in the front of your system, then yeah, it all takes sometimes. So the actual latency is not only calculating the propagation of the signal, it is the combination of all the calculation of these possibilities. So then how we can overcome this? Yeah, so as you already saw here, uh, the latency itself is is no way to read off. I mean, it's like if there is 180 millisecond distance for the travel time, yeah, we cannot reduce that because we cannot make more faster signal through the network. Yeah, because that's impossible. So then what we need to do, then we need to give the fairness of gameplay experience. It's like if the people feel everything happens in the same time, same condition with the others, then that is the best point for the real-time multiplayer. So I want to say 5 tips here. Yeah, there's a lot of different experience and experimental for overcoming the latency, but I think these fives are the most basic things we can easily adapt into our games. So the first one is the pre-action. So as you know, when we have when we try to make some action, yeah, when we try to throw the ball or kick the ball, any actions, there is something like the action before actual final result of the action, isn't it? Yeah, here is one of my best player, the Korean player, Son. Yeah, he kicked really well. I also no, the Morocco is going to hold the World Cup in 2030. Yeah, congratulations. Probably, if I have a chance, I want to visit there and watch some football. I'm very big fan of football. So yeah, but anyway, so any action, like even we try to use some sword or magic, we need some actions before that. So I will give you some example. Yes, this is from one of my old game. So when the player touch the button, press the button, yeah, it will try to send the packet to server. Yeah, there is some delay in here already. And then when the server receives the packet, it also needs some processing time and then pass it over to the other clients, other players. Yeah, it also eats sometimes. Then between those time, yeah, we give some VFX or any kind of artificial delay on the screen to cover it up these delays and latencies. So when when the result came from server, like okay, you can spell this, you hit the enemy, something like that. Then we can actually start the real action from there. Yeah, something like this. So yeah, these kind of the pre-action. There's no proper wording for this, but I want to say this is kind of a pre-action or artificial delay already give into the game before the real action. Yes, this is the good idea. We can make a synchronization between the different clients and the server. Yeah. And the second topic is synchronizing the time already inside the server. So there's a lot of different theories, a lot of different ways to implement this. Maybe some of you already know about this, uh, the, the time rewinding. Yeah, server side time rewinding. It was introduced from the Counter-Strike Go quite long years ago, over 10 years ago. And yes, if you are interested, you can also watch this video. It explains quite well in how it works. Yeah, and as you know, there's a lot of the open source related to this time rewinding. So yeah, you can look around. But not only that, that time rewinding is very accurate for the each of the frame or time. But and that is a little bit complicated to implement into your game. So what I usually use is this average time round trip time. This is not 100% accurate, but is quite yeah, clear to understand who did the action first and next. Okay, so the idea is like if your game is uh, what if your game needs a very accurate time like a FPS game, like a FPS shooter, then maybe you can apply this. But if your game is a little bit more tolerant in the small latency, and the more important thing is who did what earlier and next, not the not about the real accurate of the time and the frame itself, then we can use this. And this is less expensive in the processing time. So the example is there is a round trip time between server and A. You can see at the above, and the round trip time between the server and B, client B, you can see at the bottom. So the round trip time itself, the A is shorter and B is longer. It's same game, but yes, it happens, isn't it? So when the A click, A try to start the action, And when the server recognized, okay, A tried something in this point, and then when B clicked here, yeah, so the server will recognize, okay, B did something, and then we try to rewind back of the round trip time, half of round trip time, because every not. It's like you don't need to do every time, you don't need to calculate the RTT every time, but quite often, then we have an average RTT. So then we can understand when the action A could be happened. Not 100% accurate, but yeah, probably here, something like that. And the B, yes, okay, B probably have started at this point. Then what we understand, we know the B actually did tried something earlier than A. Even the packet from A arrived earlier in the server. So this is the average RTT calculation in the server to find out who did what earlier and next. Yeah, this if you implement this into your game, and if you calculate all these in based on the frame rate, that is time rewinding. This is also time rewinding, but this is little bit. Yeah, not 100% accurate because is based on the average time, not the frame rate. Yeah, so if you calculate based on the frame rate, that is more accurate. If you just based on the time calculation, yeah, it's less accurate, but it's less expensive in the processing. So yeah, that was the second one. Third one is a camera work. Every time I really pay quite a lot effort in these kind of a camera work because the reason is because of the latency, propagation delay, and the speed of light, there is some kind of a speed limit of the object. So, example, as it, the beginning of the presentation, I show you like if our game is based on the 144 hertz, or even our game is 60 FPS game, yeah, then when it makes a round trip, it will skip quite many of frame rate. So yeah, if your character or object obstacles or even the bullets are super fast, then it's not easy to trace in a correct position all together with the other players. So we probably need to limit the speed of the object. Then how we can give the better experience to the player. Yeah, this is usually how I give it. Let's skip the video. That's not really important. Let me explain what happened in the my previous game. So the main idea of this is give us some little bit delay in the camera. So usually when we make the game, we stick the camera on the character, isn't it? And then we put when the character moves, then the camera also moves. But if we move like that, our screen the movement of our screen is the same speed with your character. Then with the player could feel, okay, there is some limitation of the speed from the character. Then how we can make it? Yeah, when the character start to move, still keep the camera there, and then yeah, just tilt the angle of the camera a little bit. Yeah, not moving immediately, not following the character immediately. Why we do that? Because the character move distance is A, but because of the far background in on the camera, we could feel like the character move from the distance B. Yeah, the character movement is more further than the actual movement. This idea is actually came from the old movie styles, like yeah, very old movie when there is the car driving or something. Yeah, when the technology was not really well. Yeah, there was we put the car in the studio and tried to shift the background, isn't it? Yeah, something like that. And then we still can feel it's a fake, but we still can feel, yeah, the character is the car is driving driving some way, yeah, on the front. Yeah, so this is the idea. If the character move more faster, yeah, the camera follows a little bit still slower than the character, then the character movement is A, but we can give the impression like, okay, we can make a screen. The character looks like moving the more further distance than the actual movement. So as you know, the distance, the further distance in the same time can give you the better feeling of the fast speed. So this is the idea. When it tried to decelerating, that was the accelerating, but when you try to stop, okay, yeah, on the it's the opposite. So we when you try to stop the camera, you push a little bit further of the camera now. Yeah, the at the beginning we make some delay starting of the movement of camera, but now when the character try to stop, also make some delay to stop the camera. So then the distance on the screen of the character movement could be shown up like B, distance of B, not the A. Yeah, then it will give a more faster deceleration feeling. Yeah, when it's stopped there, yeah, this is not the actual speed of the giving the feeling of the speed, but we if you make some kind of this little bit the uh, tilting, yeah, some movement, some more extra movement like this. Yeah, this could give some time to correct your final destination because when the character actually stop, still it still needs some time to synchronize with the other client and the server to make the proper stop on the screen. Then if everything stopped immediately on the screen, probably that position could not be really same as the other. So then, yeah, if we just shake or move, make some movement of the camera a little bit more further than the character, then yes, we have some time to correct, to put the character on the correct position again. Yeah, so these are the main idea of the movement to give the impression of the much more faster and further movement of the character than what it actually can happen in the network. Yeah, and then there's our 4 and 5. The next one. This is kind of a real tip. Yeah, the real small tips. Yeah, so like the one thing I really love every time I try to implement into the game, my games, are these homing bullets, not only straight line bullets, and also the wide area attack and defense, something like that. Why I do this? Sorry, because if your bullet just go on the straight line, it's really difficult to make a synchronization through all the in network, yes, all the players. Let's say it's like on your screen there is the enemy here. So on your screen you can see the enemy there, and I'm at the bottom left there. I try to shoot the missile. If the missile goes in a straight line, if it's isn't it like on my screen, actual that opponent is not on the same. It couldn't be on the correct position because that's the position I received from the others or the server, and there is a latency. So this is a little bit, yeah. I put just the far distance But yeah, even the few pixel different, yeah, it anyway could be different between your screen and the opponent screen. Yeah, we all know this happens because of the latency. Yeah, not only that, even in the server, probably server has the different location of the character. Yeah. Then if your bullet is just going on a straight line, okay, then where we really need to target this opponent. Is it on my screen or opponent screen or in the server? Yeah. But isn't it like a missile itself is will render on my screen? So usually we need to target the opponent on my screen. Yeah. But on the other other side, yeah, on from the opponent screen, yeah, we need to give a little bit different course route of the missile. Yeah, so the curve could be different between my screen and opponent screen if this bullet hit the opponent. Yeah, so yeah, this is we have to understand the some homing or like a curved missile could be a little bit easier to make the synchronization of the gameplay. Yeah, if the missile miss the opponent, yeah, we can just make another curve of the missile itself again. Yeah. Yeah, this is quite good, but on the other hand, there is some drawback of this kind of tips. I mean, it's like okay, I said if the missile hit or not, something like that, isn't it? Then who is really going to make a decision of the hit or not? Yeah, is it on if the missile hit my opponent on my screen, is that really mean hit it, or like if is or are we only going to follow the location in the server, or yeah, those things could be happen. So yeah, it's very good to use, but have to be very careful to implement into your game. And this is also strongly depending with the game design is the game design also. Yeah. Not only that, exaggerated effects. Yeah, I really love Star Wars also, and I really love this. Yeah, the lightsaber. I want to have one, but yeah, as you know, when you use the lightsaber, it's kind of a sword, but isn't it? The lightsaber itself on the screen is quite thick. And when I was young, I was very curious, like how did thick light can cut something, isn't it? Yeah, so this is kind of a visual effect to show up something on the screen. Yeah, same. So the idea is also quite similar like that. When you use the wide width bullet, yeah, not the single point or like a single pixel bullet, something like that. Yeah, that can give a very easy way to synchronize between your players. Audio effects is quite important, but let me skip it because probably the audio quality will not be really good. Yeah, this presentation was prepared for the on-site presentation. So yeah, I guess you all know what is the Doppler effect. Yeah, so those kind of Doppler effect or the sound speed of sound is slower than the speed of light. So yeah, that also gives some quite good way to synchronize the object. But yeah, let's focus on this wide with bullet. Yeah. So let me skip. Yeah. So if your bullet or your attack something obstacles are clear cut like this rectangle, isn't it? If I zoom in, I know even not only me, like all the player will clearly understand, okay, this character is hit. Yeah. Then Okay, still there is some possibility server may not understand this because the character, the location of the character in the server may not 100% correct as my screen. Yeah, so then what happened? Yeah, the player will complain on this. Yes, yeah, every time. So what will be the better? Yeah, make something like this. Yeah, this rectangle is the same width, but it has a gradation. And can you really clearly understand your this bullet? Let's say the line, rectangle line, is collided with the character or not? It's not easy, isn't it? Like even I zoom in, it's still not easy. Yeah, not easy. So this is the one way every time I'm trying to prevent some kind of a argument. Yeah. So if there is, isn't it like when you play the game, especially the real-time multiplayer, when you are playing the real-time multiplayer, if there is any suspicious uh, result on the screen, or if there is anything you can make argument, yeah, that's not really good for the game itself. Yeah, so trying to reduce the argument will be the best way to implement into the game. Yeah, not only the technical implementation, design, and the sound, and all the contents. So that is my presentation. Yes, the final takeaway here is latency is combination of everything. And yes, overcoming the latency is not only a technical issue. Yeah, quite a lot of people complained to me when I started the real-time multiplayer development. Yeah, because I was the backend and online programmer, but I it's like I every time I'm talking them back, it's like it's there is the limit of speed of light. So yeah, it's not only the issue with the technicians. It's more about the collaboration of all the development development area. And yes, and what we should aim, yeah, we should aim the experience of fairness. Yeah, we cannot give the real time fairness, but if we can give the experience of fairness to the player, then that is the what the player feel everything is working well. Yeah, that is what I learned from my previous experience. Okay, yeah. So that's it. And thank you very much for listening my presentation. If you have any question or anything, yeah, please let me know.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. It was really great. I
Thank
have
you.
a question. So in fighting games, you need very precise inputs, and the timing is very important. So in order to get your combos in order to know like who's hitting who first. And so lately, all the cutting edge fighting games, they use what's called rollback netcode. And when you were talking about time rewinding, it did remind me of that. So I'm wondering if it's like the same technique or if it's just similar ideas with different implementations.
Mm, yeah, very good question. The real implementation of time rewinding, there's are multiple different ways of that, but the idea is same. Yeah. So, like example, if you already have experience with Unreal already have the very basic time rewinding frame based what's that kind of a frame based synchronization through the network. It already has, but sometimes it's not 100% enough for your game. Like example, as I said, I'm working for one game studio, Camel Games in Sweden, and we are making something similar like a Rocket League. That even in that one, we use that time rewinding on in the Unreal Engine. but we implement a little bit more to make it more accurate. So yeah, the basic idea is same. There's are several different way of how to implement it, and yeah, that's little bit. That's also my average RTT idea. What I present to you is based on the same idea. The difference is how precise you really want to understand the actions. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Hi. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really interesting, and I learned a lot. But I have a question here about when it comes to rewinding. I'm currently using Unreal's own rewinding solution, like the experimental stuff that is used for rewinding for physics-based movement, for example, prediction. I mean, physics-based prediction,
Hmm.
and I don't know what's the starting point I could use to improve my like the prediction because like it's not enough, as you said. It's not enough to make things smooth enough for the players. And so, I mean, beside trying to use techniques like Smash Bros has used, like trying to slow down the gameplay and stuff like that. I want to know if there is some path to start with to improve the prediction because I don't know where to start here. Um yeah,
Yeah, very good question. Yeah, okay. This is also related to your game design. Example, like if your game is example the fighting game as we talked about it,
yeah,
isn't it like the fighting game? Then if how can I say like yeah, you can use the basic time rewinding, the time rewinding stuff in the Unreal Engine and the actual calculation of the final result from the hit or not or collision or everything, yeah, that can take some time, isn't it? So
yeah,
because of the rewinding the time and replay again, yeah. So when there is some actions, that's why the first one, the first tip from my presentation, that kind of some pre effect or even the post effect or some kind of yeah, some few more VFX could help that
yeah,
because
yeah,
if your synchronization takes over like a second or 2 second, anyway, that doesn't really help the play. So you first of all you have to aim the some kind of window, time window for the tolerance of the latency, and
yeah,
then you may need to design your game. Like example, if it's a fighting game, yeah,
yeah,
like when you hit the other, yeah, is when there is the final result of the hit, yeah, isn't it like even in the real world, when you hit some object, it takes some time to really fall down or something like that.
yeah,
So yeah, that is the main idea you can combine together. So that's why it's like I said, yeah, not the Unreal time rewinding is really good. Yeah, it's a very basic and it's enough for the program itself. But when you really implement into your game, yeah,
yeah,
then you may need something to top up from there. Not it's not removing that. It's like a use that, but top up there and then make a better the smooth game progress from there to cover it up the latency. One more example is like the game currently I'm working on. That's a sports game. So we have a ball. So when we hit the ball, isn't it? When we hit the ball, actually
yeah,
when we if this is 100% physics, then there is an angle coming in, and then when I hit, and then there's the same angle going out, something like
right,
that. We learned that from the physics, but it's like because of the latency, sometimes it's not 100% accurate. So yeah, very slowly is like, isn't it? It's like when you hit the ball, yeah, the like 10 millisecond or some millisecond, we still need to make some FX, VFX. So
Yeah,
there is a kind of a hitting VFX. So cover up the screen and
yeah,
then try to correct the location, cover it up the error for
yeah.
like let's say example 30 millisecond or 50 millisecond, and then recalculate the next destination of the ball. And then even there is some error, then make some more effect
Yeah.
or like a few pixels,
I mean,
the changing
camera
of the
shake or
direction is
whatever.
still okay. Yes, yes. So that's why I'm talking like the covering up the latency is not only technical issue, it's also related to the game design.
I see. And by the way, that I mean the does using like trying to lower the bandwidth and things like that, does it impact in any way this or not so much really?
It is, because it's like that's why it's like I gave you the example, the gameplay between the Brazil and New Zealand, but you should not do that.
Yeah,
So that's why we have the region servers or something like that. And these
I
days,
see.
there's a lot of the infra providers, infrastructure providers trying to reduce the latency.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem. Thank you.
Hello, everybody.
It looks like there is a latency. Uh, just can I have a question to everyone? Yeah, just curious. I think this is not a fully formal conference, so maybe I can ask to you guys also in the audience. It's like how many of you trying to make a real-time multiplayer here, or have you already done? Oh, Roblox, yes. Yes, it's a real-time multiplayer, but honestly, isn't it like is more like building the blocks already in there? Yeah, I was asking because it's like how many of you are interested in the real-time multiplayer tech? Yeah. tech related topics. Yeah. I see. Yeah, the price of the infrastructure is not still not cheap these days. So wait,
Hello, can you hear me? Oh, good. Sorry about that. I don't think it's a literacy thing. I was hearing you all the time. I was seeing you all the time, guys. But yeah, there is something wrong happened here. I'm not familiar with Discord, so I'm sorry about this.
Test, test. Can you hear me? Perfect.
I think it's all working already, right?
Yeah, everything good.
Yeah, I can start. As I mentioned, I am Jordanian and I started working in video games back in time in 2000, I guess. And uh, it all started with friends of mine. We started to work together, trying to develop a video game out of passion. Um, and through time, I went through many companies and many projects. And due to the nature of uh, the current way we have our gaming, it all started to become online, related to the internet. Being multiplayer mode is like something you can expect by default for several types of games. So I started to work on these kind of a project, and I start to uh, learn about multiplayer games and online games, and I started to get deep into that. And I think that's the way I got it. I'm lucky. Yeah, I've been working on those projects, and I learned along with that. That's for me.
Hey everybody. So I'm from Morocco, from Rabat specifically. Been in the US now about 17 years, so long time. And how did I get into games and so forth? My background is in computer science, so I'm an engineer at heart. Started off in distributed systems, mostly a back-end guy. However, I have touched everything from graphics engineering to networking stack to UI development to even some game design, which I dabble in once in a while. But long story short, like most people here, if you want to be in game development, you kind of have to wear all of the hats on top of each other and learn everything and be capable of shipping a game all on your own. So that's how I got started early on in modding. Did a lot of modding in games like StarCraft One, which I was really big into way back in the 90s. Other RPG, started doing some RPG games, ran some persistent world servers on Neverwinter Nights and other games. And then somewhere in there around the 2010s, I co-founded a game studio, as Abdullah mentioned, building and first I got, again, as Usama, you can't discount the sort of importance of luck, but in our case, my co-founder at the time, who's still my co-founder today, he's a veteran of the industry. He happened to meet George R. Martin, the author of Game of Thrones, and they hit it off, and he told him, this was in the era of social games, and he basically said to him, hey, how about we make a social game, except instead of social, it's going to be an anti-social game where you backstab people and form alliances and marry your kids off to each other and just sort of go a completely different direction in keeping with Game of Thrones. George R. Martin loved it and introduced us to HBO. HBO was very supportive. We built a large licensed IP game. It was very successful thanks to the support of our community and of HBO and others. And we went off from there to sort of get other licensed IPs like Star Trek from CBS, etc. So I have a long history of game development, but also working with licensed IP owners, which imposes a very specific type of constraints. Because like when you don't have a licensed IP from a big licensed IP owner, you can just kind of do whatever you want and ship the game and iterate on it. The licensed IP owners don't like that. They want you to ship a game that's polished and ready to go. And so it's a very different approach to game development. But that's been my experience. And then in the aftermath of that, we took a lot of the technology that we had spent, 7+ years building inside of a game studio, and we brought it to market, and that was the birth of Beamable, basically providing all of the live ops technology that we built in house to the market, so that game developers who are trying to compete in a live ops world don't have to build all of that technology themselves. And that's something that I'll get into. Chris mentioned this a little bit. The cost of infrastructure is still very, very high. And today, if you compete with games out there, you're competing with, all of the big companies. So having a significant leg up is super important. So that's my background. That's what I do today. And other than that, I go back to Morocco about twice a year. Usually spend about 3-4 months in Morocco at a time. So I'm in Rabat. If you ever want to hang out, definitely let me know. And when I'm next there, I'll hit you up.
Amazing. What about you, Chris? How did you get in this adventure?
Oh yeah. Uh, I okay. First of all, I don't know why I'm still here. I mean, in the industry. Yeah, it's already 30 years, and yeah, quite long story. But the beginning was quite easy. Yeah, every time it's like entering somewhere is easy, but yeah, it's very difficult to escape. Yeah, I did programming when I was young, and during those days there was no graphic, there was no Windows, there was no DirectX, there was no Unity, any game engine. So yeah, I just started everything in the console, and I was doing some programming in Unix based system. Yeah, and in the late 1990s, when the Windows 95 came out, no, a little bit earlier than that, when I started to use the Windows, yeah, any Windows, Windows 3.1 also. Yeah, that was the one thing really changed my life. It's like okay, isn't this like in the console? If you use, yeah, I was using C language. So if you use printf function, you can print out hello world. But on Windows 3.1, if I want to print out hello world on the screen inside the window, I needed to type almost 100 lines. And I thought, okay, this is bullshit. It is ridiculous. It's not programming. So I gave up from there. And then after several years later, yeah, I realized, okay, why I shouldn't learn Windows programming. And then after that, I never learned again. I'm too lazy. So yeah, that's why I still working in the server backend side. Yeah, and every time I really love this area because okay, honestly, I'm not really good at visualizing something. I'm more focusing on the algorithm or like how to make something more productive or faster or efficient. That's the very point of me for every time. So yeah, I think that's also the reason why I'm still more focusing on the backend area.
Amazing, amazing. So, next up with my next question, I have you ever faced problems related to post-launch of a multiplayer game you've worked on? And what are the type of problems you may have faced related to that
If you
game?
haven't if you haven't faced post-launch issues, then you haven't shipped the game. Like the reality is that that's an inevitable part of the process, and you can only hope to mitigate and respond quickly and fix issues as they arise and be reactive. I mean, there's certainly something to be said for upfront investment and making sure that stackers are robust and tested, etc. But the reality is you can test it all day long. When the rubber meets the road, when you actually launch something and real people start using the app in unpredictable and unexpected ways, you are going to experience issues that you did. So I mean, I can tell you, when we launched our first game, we had all kinds of problems. We were on a different cloud provider. Our database melted down. We had to sort of retool our database. There was actually binary data corruption. We had to. It was a nightmare. Can tell you, I had like a 24-hour all nighter where I had to fix various Game of Thrones game issues, and we got through it. And then people played and loved the game, and grew with it. But it's a very stressful thing that everybody inevitably experiences, from the smallest to the largest, right? Like you can even see well-established companies. The recent Payday launch was an absolute disaster, with an unending latency and matchmaking issues. So big companies experience this, small companies experience this. It happens at all scales. Issues can vary from you know um, uh, uh, tech stack issues, database bottlenecks, to somebody made a mistake. There is such a thing as too much power, right? This is one thing I learned early in my career, which is like, you can build amazing tools. Doesn't mean you should. If you give somebody too much power with a tool, customer support person or even an engineer, they might try to do something on production that you really don't want them to do. So there's sort of an art to figuring out not just what is the tech stack and where are the bottlenecks, where are the potential single points of failure, but also how much power do you give, and who gets the power, and how do you sort of train people up so that they can react to these things. I'll add one last quick anecdote. When we were launching our Walking Dead March to War game, um, we did what we called so some of you know about LARPing, live action role playing, right? When people go with swords in a field and pretend to cast spells, etc. We did what we call a LERP, LERP, which is live emergency response, program. And what that was some of us basically created some what we called our Death Star scripts that would just throw a ton of traffic at the servers and try to do things to sort of knock them over. And the team responsible for that server would then have to sort of react to it and try to fix it and so forth and so on. So that we did it in a very lighthearted manner with various sort of like fun exercises. And we also had our CEO come in and pretend as if his hair was on fire and was like, why is the game down, etc., etc. And that was a ton of fun, and it was a way to sort of like shake off some of the fear and some of the stuff that's always part of a global launch. But so you can do all kinds of things to keep it fun, and then but of course inevitably, in a live environment, things are going to go wrong. You should prepare for that, and you should just make sure that people are in the right mental state and psychology to deal with those issues as they arrive.
Okay, okay. What about you, Usama, Chris?
Yeah, maybe I can share one of my episode during the launching of the Crossfire. Yeah, because at the beginning, we didn't really expected the game could be big as that happened. Yeah, and the architecture and everything was not really prepared. Like already Ali said, yeah, quite a lot of things, and yeah, it's not when we launched the game. Yeah, because the team had quite experienced and confidence on launching the game itself, but we only have done that in Korea before. The maximum CCU was about few tens of thousands, and yeah, we thought that will be quite enough for the game, but somehow it was quite surprise for everyone. Yeah, we reached 1 million CCU in 6 months, and we never expected it. And just end of the first year, we reached almost 3 million CCU, and everything was super messy because the architecture was not ready. Yeah, the little bit more detail. There was 12 people playing in the game. No, sorry, was it 16 people? Yeah, 16 people playing in the game. But how we made the server, we put one more player, invisible player, and that the 17th players, sorry, so 19th player is the server. So it ran in the server to host everything. So actually, that was another game itself to control everything. And we thought that could be okay, but yeah, no. If you go too many like a big skill like that, yeah, it's not enough. I mean, it's like it was not fully good for the publisher. Yeah, for us it was okay. Yeah, but Tencent was complaining too much because they needed to buy too many servers, the physical servers, because yeah, there was not there those days there was no cloud system. So yeah, they were complaining like because after a year they had 30,000 physical servers all over the China, and it was super messy. So yeah, we decided to redesign everything to lead off the player, the 19th player, and then implement the actual server. Yeah, very small, light, fast server to control the multiple sessions. Yeah, it's like isn't it like if there's a 19th player, that one single instance can only manage the one session of the gameplay. Yeah, so we changed that to handle the multiple sessions from the one single the real clear server. So yeah, those things like and I learned that okay, the futures are unpredictable. No one knows
Yeah, yeah,
what will happen. Yeah, but it's like we cannot expect our game is going to hit multi-million CCU. No one knows, but at least it will be good to pay attention how to make a better and fast, like a fast, efficient system every time. Yeah. Because of that changing architecture, we spent 7, 8 months with the 8 people team, the whole 8 people team, and yeah, it was really painful, and I really don't want to do that again. So every time these days, even a single line of code, I'm very focusing on what will be the best productive, not the productive, the fast and efficient code we can make it. So yeah, that is the biggest learning I got from that.
So before you answer this question, Osama, maybe I will ask you with another question. Chris mentioned the CCU. If you can explain what CCU means before you go into your answer.
Oh, yeah, the CCU is concurrent user. So it's like how many people's use playing the game in the same time,
Okay,
simultaneous users.
okay. Just for the audience, maybe someone who doesn't know what that means. Osama?
Yeah, what Chris and Ali mentioned already is explaining more than enough. It happens all the time. And think about it in this way. It's not only about multiplayer, it's about any bug you might be able to notice inside the game, and you would not like to be exposed for the players. In the old time, before let's say, the internet era, or maybe internet being that fast enough, we used to create video games and transmit that game to the audience through cartridges or maybe through CDs, DVDs. It wasn't the internet, the way to get the game. And because of this, to create a cartridge, especially for the cartridges, it takes a huge amount of time, effort, manufacturing. There are plenty of requirements there. And what um, first party guys, the console manufacturers did is that after Atari's famous collapsed thing, they started to put very harsh requirements for the game to make sure that the game you are publishing on a specific machine works in the most proper way. And in order to follow these, uh, and to get the certificate in order to manufacture cartridges for your game to be able to publish it. You need to test it a lot to make sure that this game is working as intended. There is no errors because you don't have a second chance. You cannot patch the game. You cannot replace the game. Once it is on the cartridge, it's done. And the cartridge is basically a ROM, read-only memory. You put it inside the machine, and then the machine will start to read the game, and you can play it from there. So this mentality has been gone along the time because now we are on the internet era. You can create a game, not a big deal if there are plenty of problems. You can still patch your game, you can still update things, and even on the server side, you can do it on the background away from the player eyes. You can patch the server, correct things on the server, etc. And sometimes you can send some small data direct to the device without even the player notice that. So you can do all that kind of stuff. But returning back to the question here, imagine the amount that a tester can play the game all the time, play, and test the game, and plenty of use cases, etc. They will generate a number of hours of testing: 100 hours, 1000 hours, 10,000 hours. But once you release the game to the public, it will be played for 1 million hours. At that time, there are a better chance to catch those edge cases and those problems. So you need to be worried about. So even if you have the best testing team ever, in the whole world. They will not be able to cover everything. They will try as much as possible to cover the most obvious things. And then you need to release the game and then follow up. Be prepared. Follow up for patches. Some people are like some some people would go with day one patches. Like, okay, the game is released and they have their patch ready once the game is released. That's why, because um, when you reach the certificate with any console manufacturer, especially, you do the certification beforehand. In a certain time before releasing the game. It's not like you get the certificate and release the game on the same time, except for PC. Forget about PC. I'm speaking about consoles here. So you get that certificate, and then you might discover there are some problems within your game because the QA is still working and looking at those issues or trying to figure out what other issues are there in the game. Or they might already know there are issues, but it's not a big deal that you can create a patch to patch it on day one. So this has become the normal thing within the industry, and yeah, everyone should be expecting there are issues and should be expecting that whenever you release a game for a huge amount of players, the possibility to discover those issues will become higher, and you need to be ready to fix those and release them. The important thing is that to distinguish between those issues, like there are issues where it is a blocker, what we call it. So people playing the game and suddenly they cannot continue playing the game. This is the most very important thing to fix, and as soon as possible, if possible. And it doesn't mean that you need to fix it on the same day that you discover it, but at least try to bring a workaround for the players to avoid it, and then fix it in the most proper way, because you don't want to to present a fix, and that fix might lead to another problem. So you need to have your own time to look at the problem, fix it properly, and make sure that it doesn't cause any other issues, and then release it. So this is the way I think we do things within online and multiplayer games, and any other bugs really.
Amazing, wonderful. I have a question. Earlier, Ali mentioned live ops. Is there a difference between live ops and multiplayer? maybe for the audience.
I mean, I can comment on it. Also, I think there's some questions in the chat, which we can address. But I'll answer the question. So my this is a very subjective answer, to be honest. But my stance on this is um, when people talk about multiplayer colloquially, it generally means real-time multiplayer or some form of quasi real-time multiplayer. So like synchronous turn-based, first-person shooters, MMOs, whatever it is. However, in my opinion, and I think that of many other people, there's also multiplayer that isn't necessarily synchronous, right? There's multiplayer that's asynchronous. And the simplest possible form of multiplayer, in my mind and in the human psychology, is a leaderboard, right? If you have a leaderboard, you kind of have a form of multiplayer because you can see how other people's score is, what your score is, and whether they're online or not, whether they care about the competition or not, you are ultimately competing by some kind of score. So when we talk about live ops, oftentimes live ops is differentiated from real-time multiplayer in that it's much more anchored in the metagame, which tends to be asynchronous, rather than in the sort of core gameplay loop where you might be sort of actively engaging in combat or co-op or whatever with other players. So there's definitely, I think, multiplayer in the sort of grand, generalized, sort of version. Yes, live ops has multiplayer. Leaderboards are a form of multiplayer. Live events, tournaments, those are all a form of multiplayer. But when we talk about it colloquially within the context of game development, it generally means something very specific, which is real time or at least synchronous multiplayer gameplay that's happening within a core loop. If that makes sense.
Okay, amazing. And what are the types of multiplayer implementations for real-time multiplayer games? Maybe Usama, Chris.
Yeah, go ahead, guys.
So, sorry, what was the question?
What are the types of multiplayer implementations for real-time multiplayer games? For example, which architectures are better, or what do you recommend, for example, for someone who would
Ah,
be launching his first game, for example, as an indie or something like that?
mm, mm, if you are launching the real-time multiplayer in a first, if this is your first experience to launch the game, then I think you may not pay too much in the architecture or real how to the implementing the real real-time multiplayer system itself. I mean, there's a lot of tools and platforms these days. Like as I said, if you're using Unreal, Unreal has the real-time multiplayer networking system by itself. Unity also launched the Unity Online service, and yeah, a little bit about it. If you look around, there is a few third-party platforms like a Photon and the other platforms. Honestly, if this is your first time, then I want to recommend you to use something from outside that could make your life much more easier. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The Godot. Honestly, I never used Godot by myself, so I don't really know that much. But yeah, yes, I believe Godot also has something. So those things. And then if something works well, if you want to really dig deep in, then I think you can start from existing some systems. Like example, you can look inside the protobuf from Google. They really provide quite a lot of good things. They have a lot of the good some implementation about some how to organize the packets and everything. Yeah, encryption and including everything. So those things like so I don't know personally, yeah, from my case personally, I started from very scratch programming a long time ago, and yeah, it's like so from my previous pathway was just trying to make a program from the very low level, like controlling the network devices, yeah, understanding the TCP, IP, and also control how to make a better routing system, something like that. But is that was 20th century, 20th century, not anymore. Nowadays, we are in the 21st century. The other era is here. So I want you to, yeah, try to implement something to make it work, make it run first, and then try to find out how it works. Yeah, so that's what I want to say. So maybe this is not about the actual architecture or the technical side, but every time, isn't it like I don't really want you to go very deep at the beginning. Yeah, it could make you how can you say what's that in English? Like you can be a little bit feel boring to dig too much by yourself. So yeah, let's try to follow with some fun stuff first. Yeah, we are a game developer, not a only single engineer.
Amazing, amazing. Any take on the question, Osama? Or Ali?
Um, maybe we can say that, yeah, this is advice from Chris about how you can go with it if you are still a beginner. If you are very tech guy and you love to go through this deep, I would recommend try to understand networking as um, on its own, not attach it to games or video games, because networking is networking. It's about communicating or making machines communicate with each other. Chris mentioned in his presentation very important stuff. What is the goal that you are actually trying to achieve? Is not to make sure that two machines have the same replica of the game, but rather make the experience fair for both machines, because it never ever both machines have the same exact game state. Again, because of latency. Chris described all that, which is brilliant. So if you would like to understand networking and how machines are communicating with each other, either directly peer to peer or maybe server to client, those kind of like topologies, those are famous topologies, but there are other sort of topologies like star, mesh, whatever it is. There are plenty of topologies for networking. This is goes beyond just thinking about it within video game context, and you need to dig deeper into these. And as Chris mentioned here, it's for us as a game developers, what we care about is to provide a nice experience to the player eventually, and this nice experience is happening that it is within connected machines. So your objective here is to make sure that this experience through the internet or through local multiplayer, whatever it is, through multiplayer, in a multiplayer mode, that it makes sense for the player and makes sense. It's not the reality, it just makes sense. They are having fun eventually. Sometimes we are cheating people within this multiplayer board. As a Chris mentioned in the homing missile. Uh, Sometimes you need to decide if that is hitting or not hitting, and then you tell the player, oh, you hit it, or you no, you didn't. And you should not make the player worried, but make them feeling happy about the whole game experience. But in reality, uh, things are not quite exactly the same for all the players. So um, I do agree with the Chris advice on this one. But if you are looking at deep ideas about networking and how machines can communicate with each other, you can start from the scratch as Chris started. Um, you can go with um, low-level programming, UDP, TCP, IP, and stuff like that. UDP most likely, and then you can write sockets. If you would like to love to do some sockets programming, this is totally isolated from game development. You can do that. You can create your own stuff. You can start communicating data, sending data between machines, how to handle them, how machines can listen to each other when machines need to speak, and how you can calculate the round trip uh, uh, for the data, how to calculate the bandwidth, how you can um, handle situations of security. Security is very important in this situation. You don't want to be um, have a broken experience because someone just start to hack the network, or someone start to cheat from one machine and ruin the whole experience for the rest. So this is also another field of experience you might be wanting to take a look at. So you can start from those sockets programming, and then if you would like to go one level up, you can try those middlewares that are available, Photon and stuff that Chris mentioned. If you would like, you can go one up level, start to play with game engines and what networking it's they are providing. I have a session at the end of the day for Unreal networking. So if you would like to speak about this one, I'm available for this one in particular. And yeah, we can speak for months about this, but this is the basic idea.
Wonderful. There is a question that come back often. It's related to players who cheats in multiplayer games. How do you implement anti-cheat systems in your real-time multiplayer games? Or
Is
Okay.
this question for
For
me? Oh, for Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
uh, anyone? It's for everyone, and whoever wants to
Go
jump
ahead,
on the.
Chris.
yeah, sorry. Yes. Yes. For me, honestly, it's like okay. As I said, I'm quite lazy programmer. So I grab something from outside. Example, there's a lot of anti-cheat solution provider these days. So if you have a budget to use those solution, I think that's the best way for you. I mean, yeah, even isn't it like we know, like example, some encryption, some code encryption. We know the algorithm how the RSA, SHA, those encryption works, but it takes time for you to implement all those to make it perfect. Yeah. So and then yeah, you have to think about am I going to spend my effort to yeah to implement the RSA by myself, or am I going to just use something from outside? Yeah. So even the anti-cheat, yes, there's a lot of solutions. So today, if this question came to me 20 years ago, then I should say, okay, this is the way how we can do blah, 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 all the details. Technically, you need to know this kind of algorithm or theory. But yeah, today I want you to use Google to find out the best solution, what is perfect for your game. Yeah, and the anti-cheat, the very basic of the cheating, yes, very basic. The first of all, try to make all the game decision, most of the game decision in the server, and try to store your data and all the transaction in the server. Example, just one example. I'm also running some small esports event, the open esports event with my friends in Finland here with the Nordic countries. And when we use some games, like example, we have the esports with the Overwatch 2 years ago. And there was some issue. Someone raised up the issue with using the cheat tools or something like cheat program. and I contact the Blizzard, Activision, to just investigate it, and I received the really big file, like it was 8 gig of the text file containing all the actions, how that player, what the player have done during the gameplay. It was 8 gig log during the 25 minutes gameplay, and it was showing up all the details, like when he pressed the button, when he pressed the which UI on the screen, when the packet arrived, where he moved, something like that. So it was super easy to, not easy to find out, but it was possible for anyone to look inside what really happened. So there was no way to from the this kind of a cheating issue. So if you are making something with a real-time multiplayer, especially the PvP style game, yes, try to handle all the data inside the server.
Wonderful. Usama, maybe? Any other addition? I think
Yeah. So what Chris mentioned is typically the thing. If you are running your multiplayer game in server client architecture, then you need to have the critical gameplay, critical stuff happening on the server, not from the clients. This is the the big advantage of having client server architecture. So the server is the authority. The server decides eventually what is the game consequences and what happened exactly. It's all relevant to the server, not the client. So if the client tries to cheat, even the server should be able to detect that. We usually try, for example, usually the cheating happens when you run the game and maybe run another program that tries to tailor some variables within the game, or for example, change the memory uh, and stuff like that based on something that the game on the client side cannot detect. So, for example, um, people have this idea of in first-person shooters where they can see through the walls, other players, and this is a famous way of cheating. So the player is always visible even behind the wall, so you know where the other players are in the map, and you can go and kill them. So this is one of the ways to cheat, and maybe this can be done by having a boolean value within your program where you allow or you do not obstruct the players behind the walls, so you draw them all the time on screen. And if you change that Boolean value from 0 to 1 or from false to true, then the cheating works. Imagine it is very easy. Now, how you can do that? There are cheating tools. For example, specifically for Unreal Engine, there is Cheat Engine, I think it's called, and Cheat Engine is a famous program for running cheats. And what you can do with that is that you can load certain plugins through that program that will allow you not only to see every variable inside Unreal Engine, but also all the objects, all the functions, blueprints, etc. This is horrible. So what clients can do is run a cheat engine and can access the game and then try to play with those variables to gain certain advantage. Now, what you can do on the server is to try to detect those cheating behaviors. So, for example, in Unreal Engine, um, which is something I can speak in the other session. But in Unreal Engine, you can send an information from a client to the server, and the server sends obviously information from server to the client. Now, when the client sends information to the server got another layer of validating the data, make sure that this data is truly um, genuine. Otherwise, if you detect that this information is not relevant or there's something wrong there, then you kick that player, and then there is a whole mechanism of punishing that player. I don't want to speak about that. This is more of related to the online stuff, online structure that you have. For example, this account can be banned from the game for 3 weeks, or this account is permanently banned, or this account won't be able to do blah 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 within the game. This is something different. But I'm speaking about how to detect that cheat. So from the server, you also can detect the cheating. For example, teleporting. In multiplayer games, teleporting can give an advantage for the player. So, for example, move from one area to another area on the fly, like within the same frame. How you could do that if there is no ability provided for you inside the game. In order to detect that, again, the client tells the server, I am at this place, and then suddenly the client tells the server, oh, I am in that place. What you can do from the server perspective to check if the distance traveled within one message is huge, then this is a teleporting. And this teleporting could be something wrong. And this, thus, this player is cheating. So you can kick them out of the game. This is a very simple way, for example, to detect such a thing. If you provided teleporting in your game, this is a different story. But I mean, even if you provide that teleporting ability, you need to check when that teleporting ability being enabled and at the proper times. And it comes again and again, the same idea where Chris emphasized in his presentation. It's all about the game design. It's all about how we are implementing the rules. If you truly understand your game and the rules behind your game, then you can understand or predict what the players would like to do to cheat inside your game. Obviously, cheating is a very famous issue when it comes to competitive games, player versus player, stuff like that. When it is co-op games, cheating is less likely of a problem because basically what you are trying to do is that players are playing together. They are not competing against each other. And if someone is cheating, it won't hurt the others. Actually, it might be looking funny that those people are trying to cheat. So it's not that common problem when it's within co-op games, but it's a very obvious problem when it comes to com competitive games. So you can use also the server in order to detect those cheating stuff. And there are other mechanisms. For example, you can implement um, uh, you can use third-party tools that can detect cheating on the client side. That cheating can be happening through detecting those tools that the players can use in order to cheat. For example, the cheat engine or any relevant tool. For example, if it's installed in the machine, then do not assume that this player is genuine and he's going to play without cheating. Um, Another way is at a kernel level. There are non-kernel level. There is a kernel level where it goes deep into your system and monitor everything for you. Other solutions comes from the fact that it traces your behavior. So there are new solutions for detecting cheating based on the player behavior. So I don't care what kind of uh, tools you have installed on your machine or what kind of access do you have to the memory, etc. I will keep monitoring your behavior, just the input. I don't need anything anymore. And there is an AI that studies the cheater behavior and the normal player behavior, and then it can detect if you are a cheater or not based just solely on your behavior. So um, there are several ways to detect cheating and how to prevent them. Again, detecting the cheating is something, and preventing them is a totally different thing. but there are plenty of things to do that. And yeah, I talk a lot. Maybe we can speak about
No
that in
worries, no
another
worries.
time.
Thank you so much, Osama. There are other questions, but I think we are nearing the end of this panel. I just want to thank you so much, Chris, Bravel, Samu, and Ali. Osama, sorry, and Ali. Thank you so much for attending this panel, and I think we will have our next talk with Ali in 15 minutes, right? ناخذ واحد البوز ديال 15 minutes, or maybe do you want to allow people to ask other questions so that
Yeah,
we can.
let's open it up. Let's open it up to questions. I'm gonna hang out. If I think there's people who have asked questions that haven't had a chance to get some answers here. So I guess who has some questions? Who would like to come on stage and ask your question? Just request raise. There's I think a button at the bottom that says like request to talk or something like that.
Yes, there is.
Let's hear some voices from the
Just
audience.
raise your hand at the top. You can. Okay. There is CPG invite to speak.
Hi everyone. I'm very, very delighted for this session that you guys have done. I'm very like happy with it. Thank you a lot. And I want to say I have a question with regards to like what are the most things that people tend to screw up on their first like multiplayer game that everyone should know and avoid.
Sorry, repeat that last bit one more time.
What are the like the most like when you make your first multiplayer games, like what are the pitfall that's often indie game developers would make on their first game, especially when it's multiplayer, like what are the most common ones that we should really not screw up.
Yeah, I have some opinions on this. Happy to. So I think this has been well. You whenever building any kind of backend or multiplayer infrastructure, whatever, you have to understand that there's a tremendous amount of risk involved with that. And I mean by risk, I mean it's going to cost you time and money. That is time and money that you're not spending making a fun game, right? So there's an opportunity cost where you're now spending time on building technology, not building a fun game. Secondly, what you build may not scale. It may not actually stay up when battered with millions of CCU, etc. So there's a significant amount of risk involved with building this kind of technology. There's a significant opportunity cost. So I would say if you can adopt an over-the-counter solution, that is probably it's going to not only save you time and money because there's people who have spent their whole company's job is to solve this problem, but it'll also give you the ability to focus more time on your differentiator, the thing that makes you different on the market rather than the thing that makes you the same as everybody else. Because in all likelihood, you're although there is value in building at times where like you have very particular networking needs and you can optimize it just right to fit your specific need instead of adopting a general purpose solution. Generally speaking, games networking looks more the same than they are different. So the thing that's going to really differentiate your game is the gameplay, the art, the story, all of the stuff that's going to make you stand out in the marketplace, rather than inventing yet another authentication system, yet another UDP protocol, yet another whatever you name it, right? So I think there's an operational risk and there's sort of an opportunity cost risk there. And then lastly, I will just add, I think that there's also the cost aspect of all of this. Infrastructure costs can be quite high. You should be asking yourself the question of not just, how do I avoid, bankrupting myself when I go to launch, but also is multiplayer right for me, right? Like I love
Yeah.
multiplayer games. I've built multiplayer games, but let's not all just jump on the bandwagon and say, well, other people are building multiplayer games, so I should too. You should really make sure that the game you're building is going to justify the infrastructure costs associated with making a multiplayer game and
Yeah,
the labor costs associated with designing and implementing it. So your
So
game needs to be able to carry the financial burden of those investments.
so
I see. So it's
it's
a
uh,
game design like slash multiplayer cost slash I don't know you have to consider all the variables the risk that you have and try to minimize them as much as possible to see if even multiplayer is something you should consider here or how to do it actually, right?
That's right. Yep.
and I believe from what you've said, Ali, it's important to think about the monetization of the game too. In that case,
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Because ultimately, like money, period. They're going to cost more money 9 times out of 10. Sometimes you can really minimize those costs, but more often than not, for one reason or another, they're going to cost more money, whether it's labor or operational costs associated with infrastructure, or even sort of the slew of features that you're likely going to need. As you know, Chris mentioned earlier and Usama mentioned, matchmaking functionality, social systems, friend systems, party systems, lobbies, all of that stuff is going to be necessary in addition to toxicity moderation. All of that stuff is going to be necessary. All of those services costs money. So how are you going to amortize that cost? So from a game design perspective, what is the value you're going to be generating? You either have to price your game competitively if it's a premium game, or you have to make sure there's enough of a free to play economy in there to justify the infrastructure costs that you're going to incur.
I think there is a question for Chris. I know that you have to go soon, but there is a question from Vinmist for you, where you mentioned that camera and character movement and also VFX have a role in the latency. Is there a role on the animator side to consider while producing animations?
Yes, thank you. Actually, I was trying to type in, but I think yeah, this is much faster for me also. Yes, exactly. Yeah, as I said, all the department in the game development has a role to cover up this latency. Yes, and the animation side, as I said in my presentation, the first one was the pre-action, isn't it? So yeah, those things like action and yeah. If you are like maybe I can give you one example like if you are watching the football these days, there is a replay. Yeah, and quite a lot of sports on the TV. There is a replay. So when you watch the replay, isn't it like when you hit the others or like something happened? Our the camera these days are really great, really so fast. So our body reaction looks like very slow than when something really happened. So when you try to tackle the other player, yeah, you will not fall down immediately. It takes some time. Yeah, yes, so there is a touch. Your legs will move. Your body also need to change the position. Yeah, a lot of blah blah blah. So all those things can consider for the animator. So yeah, so yes, but don't try to make it too much. But if you talk with your animators, then yeah, you can find out the better way to show up how to cover up these latency. Yes.
Thank you so much, Chris. Let's not keep you with us more than we should.
It's okay,
It's
no
really
problem.
great to have you with
Anyway, I
us.
will listen the others. So yeah.
Thank you so much. And I think there is a question from Munir. Yeah, I invited you to come to the stage. Yes. Oh,
Hello and thank you everyone for this amazing event and for this amazing guests. I have a question for me. I have been about me. I've been working alone for a long time, and I was thinking of joining teamwork, discovering how games are made, where everyone is game designer is responsible for game design, uh, programmer is like teamwork and workflow. I want to join like a studio or something. So to build a professional level, not right now I'm working as indie making games alone. So what are your suggestions for me to find the spot in right now? And thank you everyone.
You're welcome. Anyone maybe?
So yeah, I'm happy to chime in. Munira, thank you for the kind and let me try to think how to best synthesize this. So you've been working alone for a long time. You're interested in joining a studio. Are you think or joining a team? Are you asking specifically that you'd like to join a game development company and do so professionally? Or are you thinking there's a team building a game that you might want to sort of join up with forces and try to ship a game together? Which of those do you have in mind?
I couldn't comprehend the difference between your two choices. They
Yeah,
seemed
so
very similar
yeah,
to me.
sorry. I just mean like one is a professional like career. Like for example, you might want to join Ubisoft, join one of the myriad sumo logic, which Osama works at, and many others. You might want to join that from a professional perspective because you just want to be around other game developers and learn from their craft, etc. Or you might want to actually create a game studio within a team of co-founders. Those are kind of two different things. So I'm just curious, like, are you thinking about it more from the perspective of I don't want to work alone, but I still want to ship my own game and I want to own my own destiny? Or are you thinking about it from the perspective of I want to join a game development outfit out there? I don't really care what I work on, but I want to learn from people who have been in the industry for a while. Which of those two scenarios appeal? It's the difference between I want to join a company versus I want to start my own thing, but with co-founders.
Uh, doesn't matter for me right now. I just want a professional experience. They look
Okay.
I'm not interested in joining like Ubisoft.
Sure.
Anything is
Well, what I can tell you is this. So number one, so that's good. I will say that there's today um, game. I'll start by saying the sad reality of the game industry is that there's very little funding available to new teams and new projects. So venture firms are not capitalizing new firms, to a significant degree, unless you're like a celebrity, sort of ex Riot, ex Google, ex whatever type of person. But the flip side of that, I can tell you in my line of business, there's tremendous appetite out there for hiring dev shops and contracting and professional services because a lot of companies are very hesitant to hire people internally because they don't want to be in a position where they have to let them go. And they're often willing to pay a premium to hire dev shops, contractors, professional services out there. So there's a lot of dev shops out there that are always looking for talent that are composed of veteran teams and that give you the opportunity to work on a large number of projects in a fairly short period of time. So my advice to you is find these dev shops, apply to them. You've got two people on this call. I think Chris creating his own dev shop consulting services company. Usama also works at one of the largest dev shops out there. Reach out to these guys. I'm also happy to connect you with some people who might be looking for talent. And that could be a great opportunity. Separately, you might also be able to offer your services directly on a contracting basis if you have a portfolio, for example, on GitHub or elsewhere, to various game studios that might be interested in, solving a discrete problem without hiring somebody full time. So, but I think a dev shop slash contracting route, although it's a tough job, it's a lot of work. You work on a lot of projects. You have to be able to context switch. Is a tremendously valuable experience that will teach you a lot. And I'll let Chris and Usama comment on that since that's what they do on a day-to-day basis.
I think that's all. You nail it, Ali.
Yeah, also nothing very much from my side too, but if you are if you want to join the studio, yeah, these days, I think you better try to reach out the recruiters first. Yeah, practically, yeah, because these days, quite a lot of studios they have their own in-house recruiters. So yeah, like LinkedIn or anywhere to find recruiters and try to talk as many as you can. Then probably you can find out what you need to join the studios. Yeah.
Amazing. I think it's time for the session of Ali to start right now. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you so much, Usama. Thank you so much, Abdullah. Myself, I am thanking myself. So I think we will leave the stage for Ali and yeah, catch you on another occasion, inshallah. And you can watch the session of Ali. We will all watch the session, your session, Usama. Thank you. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Cool.
Awesome.
See you
So,
guys.
well, thank you all. All right. So first of all, let me start by saying thank you all for tuning in, and really appreciate your time. What I'm going to be discussing today is really about multiplayer games in 2024 specifically, and the risks, the rewards, and really dive into some of the numbers and the metrics. And I'm going to be referring to a few different reports, which I encourage you to read. I'll share the links to the reports later, but there's three reports that are pertinent here, as well as a number of articles. First one is a Griffin Gaming Partners Reward. Griffin Gaming is one of the largest VC funds that invest in games. They have over $1 billion in assets under management. They composed a report that's very interesting. The other one is Convoy. Convoy is another venture firm that invests in games.
Sorry for this technical issue.
Okay, I don't know what just happened. I think
I
the
made a
session
mistake and
disconnected or something. Either it was a
Discord.
Discord issue or an
Yeah,
accidental disconnect.
sorry.
Okay, can everybody Abdullah kicked us off? He's like, shut the hell up, man. Get off the stage.
No, I wanted to start your
um,
session on the
okay,
event,
can you
but
guys hear me okay?
it ended up catching for everyone.
Okay, thank you.
That's
All right, I'll pick up where I left off. So as I was saying, so Convoy is another report, one of the big VC firms that invest, and then the other big report is Newzoo. Newzoo put out an annual and quarterly report that's very well regarded. I'll share again the reports later, and you can look at them on your own time. But I'm going to walk you through them because they're very long, and there's a lot of numbers out there, and I'll try to provide a little bit of context with my own personal experience. Now, sadly, I don't have a whole lot of visuals to share, but I will try to walk you through some of these various numbers and go from there. So I'll start with this. Uh, I'll start with this. So, multiplayer games are a double-edged sword, as I think some of you may have gleaned from this discussion. And by the way, if there are any questions, feel free to ask them. I'm happy to pause the discussion, invite you on stage, and have you ask your question. But multiplayer games are a double-edged sword, right? We all love multiplayer games. It's a tremendous opportunity. We've seen tremendous successes, like Arrowhead Studios is games and others. But these are oftentimes big outfits that can manage these big successes. You can certainly be successful as a small company building a multiplayer game, but not without its challenges. Now they offer unparalleled engagement. I should say this, and revenue potential. There's no doubt that multiplayer games generate more engagement, more monetization opportunities, but they also require significant investment. So the first question that I wanna discuss here, and I've basically composed this talk to explore a few guiding questions. The first is, how do multiplayer games retain and monetize users compared to other segments? And I'll dive into some of the numbers there. The second is, what are the metrics that characterize a great multiplayer game from a player experience perspective? The third question is, what are the costs, both in terms of development and in terms of operations, and how are these different across platforms, multiplayer models, etc.? The fourth question is, what are the risks inherent to making and running a multiplayer game? The fifth question is it better to build or to buy? How does buying or building affect key metrics such as time to market, infrastructure cost, etc.? And then last but not least, when should you do it, and when should you not do it? Okay, and that'll be sort of more of an opinion piece backed up with some information. Okay, and there are any questions that come to mind that are near and dear to your hearts, definitely call them out. But let's first start by a little dive into how do multiplayer games retain and monetize users compared to other segments. So I'll say this, here are some numbers for you to keep in mind. So multiplayer games, on average, multiplayer sessions on average are about 60% longer than for single player games. And the retention for multiplayer games is generally boosted by about 40%. Now that's really significant. Now, retention, what does that mean? It means for a particular player that shows up, do they keep showing up the next day, the following day, a month later, a year later, etc.? So what multiplayer games are really good at is getting people to come back. And the more people come back, the longer your LTV. What is LTV? LTV is the mother of all metrics. It stands for lifetime value. So lifetime value is, you show up in a game the very first day and you quit 2 years later, how much money did that game generate from you, right? So in Clash of Clans, this could be hundreds or thousands of dollars. In a premium game where you purchase it one time, it's just the sticker price of the game. So if I spent $30 on a game, that's my lifetime value if there are no DLCs or anything. So lifetime value is a very, very important metric because it determines for a given user, how much can I expect to generate from that user on average over the course of however long it takes them before they churn. So the longer the retention period, the greater the opportunity to monetize, the greater the lifetime value. The greater the lifetime value, the more you can afford to justify large infrastructure cost, more investments in content, more investments in game modalities and multiplayer and so forth and so on. Okay, so 40% increase in retention is very, very, very significant, right? And then session length is a little bit more of a vanity metric, but a 60% is still significant. Now, as far as revenue potential is concerned, multiplayer games significantly increase in-game revenue potential through microtransactions, subscriptions, live service updates. Again, people keep coming back, means more opportunities to monetize. 65% of studios developing games with live services models. Yeah, so blah, blah, blah. Yeah, there's about 65% of studios today are developing games with live services models. So that's very significant. So more than half at this point. And we can see this not just in mobile, but also on console. Console has fully embraced the live services model. So in many ways, when you think about multiplayer games and these longer term retentions, you also have to think about live services. And when we say live services, we're talking about not just, hey, I'm going to sell you some pack or some skin or whatever. It's the entire meta game surrounding the gameplay experience, like battle passes, seasons, game rebalancing. All of that stuff is super valuable. So when you think about multiplayer, you want to build a real-time multiplayer game in 2024. This isn't the same as building a multiplayer game in 2010. You're going to want to consider very strongly, what is a meta game? What is the live services model? How are you going to increase retention? How are you going to increase monetization? What are all of the opportunities? I will say this does vary across regions. So the pattern of users in North America and Europe is very different from Asia Pacific, right? These are the two largest revenue generating regions on the planet. Asia is number one by a significant margin. in large part thanks to China, Korea, and Japan. Uh, but um, uh, but uh, but North America and Europe also represent about, I think, about half, maybe a little bit less than half. And so when we talk about how are they different, well, Europe, North America and Europe are a lot more PC and console focused. There's plenty of mobile games on North America and Europe, but there is a significant console and PC market that is on the multiplayer side in particular. On Asia Pacific, yes, PC and console are still a thing, but real-time multiplayer games on mobile, excuse me, are a lot more popular. Sorry, guys. So, if you're targeting the Asia Pacific market, you can see that about, you know, excuse me, APAC is the fastest growing region for multiplayer, contributing about 75% of new player growth. So, very, very significant. When we talk about global games growth and what is the sort of how does the pie, games going from 184 billion dollars in 2023 to 188 in 2024. Most of that growth is coming from Asia. So when you talk about like where you're going to target that growth, where you're going to capture these users, you really want to consider uh, adopting strategies that are going to cater to the play modalities of the Asian market, and that means real-time multiplayer on mobile to a large degree. So again, PC console, nothing wrong with it. Pursue it. Absolutely recommend it. But for the fastest growth markets, mobile still reigns supreme. Any questions about that before I move on? Okay. Oh, Abdullah and CP guys are typing. Okay. Meta, what does meta mean? Okay, I'll elaborate on that. And CP Geist. Let me actually share my screen here. Show you guys some numbers on a pie chart. All right. Can you guys see my screen okay? Just gonna move my Discord to my other screen. All right. Can you guys see my screen share? Yeah, awesome. This is a 2023 report from Newzoo, and you can see what the distribution of browser PC games is in terms of revenue generation. We're looking at you know actually about $53 billion in console games, which represent about 29% of the market. Downloaded boxed PC games is about $38 billion of the market. About 1.9 billion is browser games, which was down compared to 2022. And then mobile games, about $90 billion. So mobile games, PC, and console, obviously the biggest segments. Mobile is the largest by far, is more than console and PC games combined. Um, yeah, I wouldn't pay attention too much to these growth numbers. They are very subjective to macroeconomic trends. So if there is a recession or whatever, certain segments tend to be affected more than others. Also, in the case of mobile, user acquisition costs have really crushed mobile game publishers. And a lot of people have seen more opportunities on the PC and console market in terms of acquiring. So yeah, there definitely a small regression. We'll see how that changes from one year to another. Okay, I see that there are some questions. Let's see, what does meta mean? So meta game, when I talk about meta game, you can think of your core gameplay as sort of like, hey, I'm in Counter-Strike game, I'm shooting, I'm doing whatever I need. Meta game is everything around that, right? So progression, right? I'm leveling up my character, I'm equipping items, I'm participating in a leaderboard, I'm claiming rewards from a leaderboard, I'm doing all these mini games that allow me to advance my progress, which feeds back into the core gameplay. That's what I mean by metagame. It's all the progression systems that are ultimately largely responsible for driving monetization. You can have a really great core gameplay loop that is woefully unprofitable, right? So the metagame is absolutely vital. How do you feed back these progression systems back into the core gameplay to drive monetization? Is there something we should consider specifically for the MENA region in terms of player base? Yeah, I mean, localization is a big deal. I know some really great studios, especially in Jordan. I think it's either Red Hook or Mad Hat or something like that. Won a bunch of prizes. They've been able to bootstrap from virtually nothing into a multi-million numbers. Mad Hook, yeah, Mad Hook, that's what it is. Millions of monthly active users. I met the founder a year ago at Unite. Very nice guy, and he went from very small team, from like team of 3 people or whatever, to a team of like dozens of people at this point. And they did it by targeting by localizing their games. And by localizing, I mean not just translating them to Arabic, but making them cater to the Arabic culture. And for example, specifically in the Gulf region and in the Levant, so their games were very successful in Saudi Arabia and other places by playing into the culture. Like, for example, we've all seen those videos of crazy Saudi Arabians making the car drive on 2 wheels and like opening the door, changing the wheel, whatever. They integrated those kinds of memes and that kind of like pop culture into their game, created games that really appeal to the sensibilities of those markets. So I would say if you're going to target MENA, though it's not just about translating into the Arabic language. You want to translate the game's sensibilities and pop culture ethos to those that are espoused in popular culture, in memes, and so forth and so on. That would be my best advice as far as the meta market is concerned. Some people who have done that have seen tremendous success. It is quite difficult to do market research into the East Asian market. It is often exclusively in the original language, especially China. How does one analyze, research, and learn from these mobile markets? Yeah, so I mean, look, it's certainly true that it's sometimes hard to understand the trends, especially in China. And candidly, I unless you are a Chinese citizen, I wouldn't even try to target China unless it's a Steam game. Steam is kind of the only inroad into the Chinese market if you're not a Chinese citizen. Because if you do want to ship your games to the publishers in China, oftentimes you have to partner with a local company. They will generally take 51% of your company or a joint venture in that market. It's very challenging from a legal perspective. So your best bet is if you have got a Steam game, you have an in into the Chinese market. If not, you have other Asian markets that are quite popular, and those are pretty well documented. These reports cover a fair amount, and again, I'll share them later about the East Asian markets. Again, there's 3 over here: the Griffin Gaming's one, Newzoo, and Convoy, which you can all download, and they do cover some information about the Asian markets. So, cool. Any other questions before I move on to the next section? All right. Um, cool. And you can see this is global games by region. You can see that Asia Pacific is about 46%, so a little bit less than half. North America is 27%, Europe is 18%. Middle East, Africa actually is the highest growth market. You can see at 4.7%, right? Latin America is also no slouch, doing pretty well. But it looks like Middle East and Africa, I expect that Middle East and Africa is going to pass Latin America over the next decade. We'll see how that goes. But Africa is probably the highest growth market in over the next decade or so. So that'll be interesting to observe. Okay. So next section, what are the metrics that characterize a great multiplayer game from a player experience perspective? Well, we've heard a lot about CCUs, right? CCUs is a key performance indicator. How many people are playing simultaneously? I will add, though, that CCU is a term that is used somewhat liberally at times. The strict definition is what Chris had told us, which is how many people are playing the game at exactly this moment. However, when you look at CCU metrics as reported by Photon or even Steam, oftentimes they are not aggregated down to the second. They're aggregated down to some unit of time that is larger than a second. So it might be a minute, in some cases, even as large as an hour, right? So how many people were playing a game within a particular hour? And that's a very different kind of number than there's a million players have played in the last hour versus a million players are playing exactly this moment. But yeah, session length. Successful multiplayer games, keep players engaged longer. Usually about 20 to 30% more time per session in multiplayer game modes than in single player game modes. Retention rate. Multiplayer games, as I mentioned earlier, see about a 40% higher retention. This is referenced in the Griffin Gaming Partners um, uh, uh, metrics, which you can, again, you're welcome to have a look at this. Very, very interesting and important metrics in here. Mobile games, here's a trade off that's important for you to understand. Um, uh, Mobile games see greater volume, but lower ARPU. Now, what is ARPU? ARPU, ARPU, stands for average revenue per user. Okay, so mobile, you see much more users, but lower ARPU. So these users generate less money on an individual basis, but there's a lot more of them. Mobile games tend to be more reliant on in-game purchases, particularly in Asia Pacific, which has driven most of the growth. So you want to sort of always think about, and the expectation, generally speaking, these days is that if you have a game, a multiplayer game in particular, it's increasingly the case that players expect that your game is cross-platform. Now, cross-platform generally means, PC, console, but increasingly it also means mobile, right? So I can play the same game on mobile, PC, and console, even if I'm not necessarily playing against the exact same player base. Like I might be, if I'm on mobile, I might be playing against mobile players, but it's still the same game and it's my same, game progress and so forth and so on. So that's also another key consideration. Any questions about that? Okay, moving on to the next bit, which is what are the costs, both in terms of development, in terms of operations? How are these different across platforms, multiplayer models, etc.? So I mentioned earlier in the chat that really the cost really it depends almost entirely on your multiplayer model, right? And actually, I have a technical white paper that I had put out. Let's see, pull it up. You can download this technical white paper on the beamable.com website. This is one that I worked on. This is the raw draft, so the graphics are not the final graphics, but I'll show you just very quickly a couple of examples of multiplayer models. So you can see here direct peer-to-peer, peer-to-peer or mesh networks. Everybody's kind of talking to each other. Client server is everybody's talking to, and client server can be with a dedicated server or peer-to-peer. So everybody connects to some central node, and then that node acts as the authority. Again, this can be another player who's the host, or it can be a dedicated server. And then there's relay server, which is everybody talks to some central node, which then sort of is in charge of synchronizing information between players. And so these have different cost profiles. Really, there's four trade-offs that you need to consider. There's implementation complexity, right? So certain solutions are simpler to implement than others. There's infrastructure cost. Some of these are cheaper than others. There's performance and latency, like how fast is it, how many hops are you doing, etc. And then there's security and cheating, right? So those are the four sort of axes that whenever considering, your multiplayer model, you're going to want to pick the one that fits your needs. So for example, if you're a big budget studio, you've got the ability to sort of to create metagame systems that can monetize really well. You can front load a lot of the costs. You can secure the best partnerships and deals from Google and Amazon and bare metal providers, and you just care about the best performance and security. Then oftentimes you're going to go with the dedicated server route. But however, if you really are sensitive to cost, relay servers can be a fantastic solution. And if you combine that with deterministic networking, that can drive the cost down even further. Deterministic networking is a type of model which I won't go into, where it's like StarCraft, for example, and League of Legends are deterministic networking model, where basically everybody has this exact same simulation running on their client. The challenge with that is actually in terms of implementation complexity, since most physics libraries are not inherently deterministic. Again, you can read about this on the Riot blogs and others, but these are sort of the key considerations when discussing the trade-offs. What matters to you most? Implementation complexity, infrastructure cost, performance latency, security, or cheating. Um, and so, you're going to want to pick the mode that appeals to you the most. Now, here's some interesting statistics. About 77% of studios report rising infrastructure costs. Here's another interesting number for you. If you're thinking about hosting your servers, this is another very interesting article from Hathara. Hathara is a game server orchestration provider. So, like, if you want to have them run your infrastructure, they will sort of take your servers and containerize them and run them on their own infrastructure and bill you for it. They've made the recent switch from the cloud providers. So there's three big cloud providers out there: AWS, Amazon, Google, and Microsoft Azure. Right? They've gotten quite expensive, and the hidden cost in particular there is in terms of bandwidth. So let me show you the exact cost here, and I've observed this in my own experience as well. Um, let's see. Yeah, so there it is. Here's the important part to consider. These guys switched from the big cloud providers to the bare metal providers. These are tier 2 data centers that just provide you with hardware. Doing that can be substantially cheaper. In this case, it is about 3 to 4 times cheaper on compute, that is CPU usage, and it's 10 to 15 times cheaper on bandwidth. Bandwidth is where you will get dinged 9 times out of 10, especially on real-time multiplayer games. Real-time multiplayer games, especially those that are synchronizing a lot of states over the network, are very bandwidth hungry. And so if you're paying 10 to 15 times more expensive on Google, Amazon, and Microsoft Azure, that is the difference between a very profitable game and a game that is absolutely losing money, right? So this is something that you're going to want to consider very keenly, adopting bare metal providers. So in the early 2010s, everybody shifted their workload from their own data centers to cloud providers. You heard it from Chris early in his career. There was no option. You had to basically buy the machines and put them in a data center, and it sounded like they had uh, thousands of machines to run their servers to reach this sort of 3 million CCU mark. Today, you don't have to do that. Today, you can go on Amazon. They will just provision capacity and bill you by the minute or by the second in some cases. Well, guess what? Now there's a reverse trend. People are now, because Amazon and Google and Azure have cultivated such fat margins, and they exert such strength and such stickiness, people are now trying to untangle themselves from Amazon and Google and Azure and trying to move back to bare metal providers to try to secure these discounts. Of course, this comes at a tremendous labor cost, because all of the things that Amazon and Google and Microsoft get you is they make it a lot easier for you to provision capacity, and they have all these nice features and managed services and so forth and so on that make it very, very easy to use. These bare metal providers don't have that, but what they do have is they're 3 to 4 times cheaper on compute and 10 to 15 times cheaper on bandwidth. So adopting somebody like a Hathara, who will basically do this, they've done all of this heavy lifting, and they will pass on the savings to you, can be sort of a good middle ground in that it's easy to use, but it's a lot cheaper than an Amazon or a Google or a Microsoft Azure. Okay. Any questions about that? I'll pause and give people a chance to type up their questions before moving on to the next section. Let's see a couple other statistics while you guys. Let's see. So client server models, so dedicated server, necessary for stability and security in multiplayer. Smaller games in North America and Europe can expect somewhere in the neighborhood of $4,000 to $8,000 per month. That aligns with my experience. That's what's reported in the Convoy Game Industry Q3 2024 report. $4,000 to $8,000 for a mid-size, let's say smaller to mid-size game. By that I mean somewhere in the neighborhood of 300,000 monthly active users, maybe even more, up to a million monthly active users. Something in that neighborhood sounds about right. and then peer-to-peer tends to be a lot cheaper, but latency and stability is a lot less reliable. Security is a lot less reliable. Still, that can be a fine model for a lot of people. Maybe they don't care about cheating. If you're playing a game that's really sort of very goofy and hilarious, so there's some cheaters, and it's not a big deal. That could be okay. Sometimes you can also put the cheaters on a cheater island where they compete against each other. A matchmaking service can allow you to do that. So you can, as Osama pointed out earlier, detecting cheating and preventing cheating are two different problems. Sometimes you can detect the cheaters and put them on a cheater island, and that's a better solution than trying to absolutely prevent cheating, right? So those are the kinds of considerations you want to consider and weigh the pros and cons are, because it can be a lot cheaper, right? Okay, so questions. How are the services proposing a middle ground called? They're generally called game server orchestrators. So there's or middlewares. There's Hathora, there's EdgeGap, there's GameLift, and a bunch of others. There's a whole list of them. And then there's the live services providers like PlayFab and Beamable that provide sort of the game service. Um, cool. All right. Moving on. Looks like CP Geist is typing. At which player scale should one consider switching from P2P to relay or dedicated server after launching? I don't think it's a question of scale necessarily. I think it's a question of model that fits your game and economic needs. I think switching from what I would recommend is, generally speaking, I do not recommend peer to peer. I think relay gives you most of what peer to peer gives you with a lot of in terms of cost efficiencies, etc., but with better stability. So I would actually generally recommend relay. Photon provides this service as well as a number of others. You can also write your own relay server. Generally speaking, peer to peer is, you know, some people do provide mesh networks peer to peer, but you run into things like NAT punch through, which is another consideration. And then you also run into issues where, like, well, what if a player drops? What happens? Unity 6, which is the new version of Unity that was just has a new modality called distributed authority, which is actually really cool. Distributed authority basically allows you to have peer-to-peer, where you using a consensus algorithm to determine whether the gameplay is fair and secure and so forth and so on. And it actually allows you to switch from distributed authority to dedicated server seamlessly. So that could actually be a good option for a lot of people. Go to Unity's website, look for distributed authority. It's pretty interesting stuff. Um, cool. And let's see. One last thing. Um, there are hidden costs of live services models. So live services games, free to play and so forth and so on, have become a dominant force for revenue generation. But there are also some hidden costs. So, for example, if you build a whole lot of your own services, you're going to be maintaining those services over a long period of time, right? You're also going to be constantly creating new content and so forth and so on. So maintaining the live services, the tooling, the customer support tools, all of that stuff, can be really expensive and result in technical debt. Which is why, generally speaking, for these kinds of services, I really recommend that you try to use over-the-counter solutions. Now, I am biased. I should say this because I run a company that provides these services, but I do so because I have seen what it takes to build this stuff, and I encourage that you avoid building things that don't differentiate you. Okay, moving on to the fourth question. What are the risks inherent to running uh, to making and running a multiplayer game? Well, there's a lot of high upfront costs. We've talked about this. It's about 2 to 3 times the upfront costs compared to single player games. Okay, those are very significant. 2 to 3 times the cost. Now, this is the costs all in, right? This is sort of like the labor costs, the solutions costs, and so forth and so on. This is what's reported by the Griffin Gaming's report over here. You can look it up. The operational complexity is also significant. running multiplayer games is challenging. There's long build times. Anytime you're dealing with multiplayer, there's always sort of an intermediate server. About you have to go through a build process. You often, if you're playing with other players, oftentimes you need, if you're testing the game rather, you often need other people involved. So the iteration time is a lot slower, which means that longer development cycles, which means costs. And so this is an issue that about 65% of developers cite as a problem, that increased operational complexity, right? And then there's also regional costs, right? So North America and Europe, people have very high expectations in terms of quality, latency, cross-platform capabilities. And then in emerging markets like Latin America, Middle East, and Africa, there's a fairly limited amount of local providers for third-party infrastructure. So we mentioned earlier the ability to drive down the cost by 10 to 15 times and so forth and so on. Well, guess what? There needs to be data centers in those regions for that to be true, right? So if you go Middle East and North Africa, or Middle East and Africa in general, or Latin America, there are fewer of these reliable data center providers that can give you these cost efficiencies. And so oftentimes you're reliant on the big three, which means higher costs, right? And it doesn't help that even Amazon and Google, et cetera, have region-based costs. So their costs in US West, which would be Oregon, are not the same as their costs in Singapore, right? Cool. Any questions about that before I move? So this is the model that a lot of people now, people who have the ability to build this stuff right and invest the right capital and so forth and so on. What they'll do is most of their purple block is about 80% of the capacity is satisfied by the bare metal providers. And only when they burst up beyond a certain threshold do they auto scale into the cloud. So the new term that you may or may not have heard for Google, Amazon, and Microsoft is they're referred to as hyperscalers. Why are they hyperscalers? Because they have more capacity than anybody else, right? So when you reach a certain point, you get to 3 million CCU or whatever, you might run out of capacity in their bare metal. You might say, oh, I don't have any more capacity to give you. Well, that's when you scale into the Amazon and Google. And so the average cost still ends up costing you cheaper. So you basically have this sort of curve, sine wave, where most of your capacity is handled by bare metal providers. And on peak times, burst Saturdays, whatever, Saturday nights, Friday nights, when people are playing the most, you burst up into the cloud. Okay. Cool. So moving on to the next section. Is it better to build or to buy? Well, I think it should be becoming pretty clear at this point that building it yourself is quite expensive, right? You're going to need specialized talent. You're going to need a fair amount of institutional knowledge and know-how. You're going to need to spend on infrastructure to test all of this stuff. You're going to need to maintain it over the long run. And even if you do all of that stuff, there's no guarantee that on launch day you will have a seamless launch, right? You may still have issues because if you're building it for the first time, it's not battle tested. And if it's not battle tested, then there's risk, right? So you're going to want to be very cognizant of that. And you're going to want to ideally adopt people who have done this before, built this technology, scaled it, and done so in a way so that on day one, when you're launch and your millions of users show up and you're surprised, like Chris was, in his launch, that actually you're not surprised and everything goes well, and that can happen, right? Like you can do that. It is doable to have sort of a minimally problematic launch, but it takes a whole lot of preparation, a whole lot of skill, and it takes people who have done this over and over before and live and breathe this problem. So, generally speaking, it is better to buy. There are situations where it is better to buy, right? When you have very particular and differentiated needs. If you're building a new type of MMO that's very unique, and that is your differentiator, that is your special sauce. The networking layer is your special sauce, the thing that makes you different than everybody else, then yeah, build it, right? Make that your differentiator. But if you're going to be yet another first person shooter and your differentiator is in the game mode or whatever, you're going to want to more than likely adopt an over the counter solution, right? About 53% of large studios, so not small studios, large studios struggle to manage custom tools. So even the people who have the money and have the ability and the know-how and the institutional knowledge, they still struggle with this stuff. And in-house solutions may delay launch timelines, particularly for smaller teams, since you have to debug, maintain, scale. And by the way, we've seen this before, right? We've seen this in Unreal and Unity. By the way, EA used to have their own engine called Frostbite. They still do. CD Projekt Red used to have their own game engine for the Witcher. All of those guys are moving off of their custom game engines. Why are they doing that? Despite the fact that these are billion-dollar companies with highly specialized skill set, with people that have worked for them for decades. Well, guess what? Because they realize that at a certain point they can no longer compete with the advances of Unity and Unreal, because Unity and Unreal have been capitalized to do just one thing, and they've had millions of dollars, billions of dollars in many cases, invested in these engines, and their R&D is subsidized by the entire user base, right? So this is super, super important. The same thing is starting to happen with backend and networking technology. Fewer and fewer people are building this stuff themselves. More and more, sort of specialized companies are coming into the market, and that's good for everybody because it means you don't have to incur that risk, and you can focus on your special sauce, right? So buying third-party solutions, 88% of developers globally cite that data analytics tools are crucial for monetization. Oftentimes, building those tools are hard. Ongoing costs, there are some ongoing costs for buying third-party solutions. While the initial setup is faster, third-party solutions can come with their own recurring fee that can erode your margins and so forth and so on. But ultimately, when you're first getting started, your margin is not the top priority. The top priority is getting to market as quickly as possible, iterating fast, and proving out market fit. So, and increasingly with the rise of AI, there's more and more sort of cost efficiencies that are coming down the road. Okay, any questions about that before I move on to our final question, which is when should you do it? When should you not do it? Okay, I'm going to move on since we only have 5 minutes left. So when should you do it, and when should you not do it, and why? Well, when you to pursue when to pursue multiplayer. I mean, number one, you either have strong funding, or support, right? So you have somebody on your team who knows how to do this stuff really well. You've done it really well before. You have sort of a background in it, or you have really strong funding to sort of, get the right solutions in place, etc. You're targeting a high growth market, right? If you're targeting a high growth market like APAC, lots of users, strong monetization that can subsidize that cost and amortize both your development costs and your ongoing operational costs, that's a reason to pursue multiplayer. And then games with strong community potential. If your game has a really strong replayability, social competition, team-based gameplay benefits, where multiplayer can feed into other metagame and generate a lot of buzz and generate monetization, then multiplayer makes great sense because you can extend that retention period, which means higher LTV, more monetization opportunities, and there you go. So when not to pursue multiplayer? If you have limited resources and limited know-how, then you should really think twice about whether this is for you, right? Or go the route of a Roblox or something like that, where all of that, sort of multiplayer stuff is already taken care of for you. And then also, if you're targeting regions that have low monetization potential. So, for example, Middle East and North Africa is an emerging region. Latin America is an emerging region. The average lifetime value in those regions is much lower. People spend less. And so if people spend less, but your infrastructure costs are the same, well, guess what? That's going to erode your margin and you might not make it in terms of profitability. So these are things to really think about. I'll summarize by just saying, again, multiplayer retention it increases retention by about 40%. About 65% of live studios are developing live services. There are significant average revenue per user differences in North America and Europe. Console PC, much more popular in terms of the high growth in North America and Europe. Mobile still remains preeminent in Asia Pacific. You want to really consider your development and operational costs. Client server architectures tend to be more costly. For small games, can be in the $4,000 to $8,000 per month. Again, small is a relative term, but like small, but in the million MAU, somewhere in that neighborhood. or less. And then cloud overhead, can be really significant, especially as far as bandwidth costs. Um, there's a whole bunch of other metrics that I'm happy to share and go through over here. But I think that the best is for you guys to peruse this on your own time, since there's a lot of really, really interesting information here. And hopefully that gives you a little bit of more clarity on where you want to go, where you want to invest your time. I would leave you just with one last thing, which is if you take nothing from this talk, if you only take one thing from this talk, take this. Always focus on your differentiator. Always know what is the thing that is going to make your game special. What is the thing that's going to make it stand out? Because the games market is increasingly crowded. There's so many games out there coming onto the market. Focus on your differentiator. Do not invest your time and effort on what Amazon termed undifferentiated heavy lifting. Do not do undifferentiated heavy lifting. That is the fastest path to kill your ambitions and kill your game. You spend all of your time and effort investing in some networking technology, building it all yourself, and then you ship the game, you've just increased your risk surface area, and your players are going to look at it and be like, oh yeah, it's another networking game. Like they're not going to see all of that hard. It's not going to be differentiated. So focus on the differentiation. Make that your top priority. Leave everything else to the third parties out there, and get your game to market as quickly as possible. Cool. All right. I know I threw a lot at you. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate you guys all tuning in, and I will share the links to the reports so that you can peruse them. If you're talking, Abdullah, we can't hear you. Cool. Any last comments? Abdullah to come back. Oh, there he is. There he is. Never mind. Absolutely. Feel free to add me on Discord and message me in private, whatever you guys like.
عبد الله تسمعني؟ إذا كنت تهدر أنا ما بسمعك. نسمعك الآن. بالضبط. لا، نفس القضية حدثت معي بالضبط. دخلت معاكم وبهدر وكل شيء كامل، وفجأة اضطريت نخرج، عاود ندخل باش يخدم. Good. أتوقع أتوقع هلأ كل شيء هنايا من المغرب. أتوقع كريس مشى، نقدر نحاولوا عربية شوي وقيل. أنا كاين في عندي مجموعة هنايا باغي نتعرف عليهم، نهضر معاهم هنايا في ديسكورد وما ما نعرفش مين هم. فهذه فرصة نتعرف عليكم كاملين في هذا اللايف اند كيو اللي. كيفاش عبد الله؟ نجيب واحد واحد، كل واحد وقيله بالدور، إذا بغاو، كل واحد يرفع إيده وندخله في الستيج ويلا. بغيت نبدأ دابا السيشن ولا بغيت نستنى شوية لغاية الربع؟ بدينا، خلاص بدينا يلا. إذا
السلام
كل
عليكم.
واحد يطلع على الستيج يعرف عن حاله باش نعرفكم أكثر.
Okay. Okay. Salam alaikum. I'm Anas.
وعليكم السلام.
Is it okay if I speak English or Arabic? Whatever you like. No
إهدار
problem.
دارجة كاع. أنا أردني وبعرف الدارجة، يعني ما عنديش أي مشكلة، وأنا
Okay.
بحاول أهدر دارجة،
Okay.
بحاول. آه،
Okay. مرحبا.
إهدار
أنا
براحتك.
صلاح الدين. شكرا على الحضور،
أهلا
وشكرا
بك.
على الأورجنايزيشن ديال هذا الإيفنت. uh, it's very interesting. أنا صلاح الدين concept artist. باقي starter في Unity. I'm working on my first project and with Ayman. راه كان هنا ما عرفتش فين غبر دابا. um, it's very interesting because بغيت نصوب online MMORPG online ولكن later حيت عارف ديجا بأن it's very costly to make one وماشي سهلة وخصك دير بادجيت ديالك وتصاوب ديجا in the games في الاول باش توصل لديك البادجيت باش من بعد تقدر تابسكيلي من تما. وكانوا بزاف ديال الحوايج اللي هضرتوا عليهم وتعلمتهم صراحة. كانوا شي حوايج اللي كنعرفهم مي دابا upgraded level فهمتي. دونك شكرا بزاف. وإلا كانت شي حاجة مرحبا pouvez me contacter tout ce qui est art كندير concept art character design comics specialized في 2D و pixel art for the new project اللي خدام أنا وأيمن دابا. شكرا.
اهلا وسهلا بك. يعني اكبر نصيحة ممكن هذه تاخذها هي كان حكاها علي قبيله لما حكى على السيرفر وعلى الكوست ديال السيرفر شحال الموضوع مكلف، فما بالك لما انت تتكلم على ام ام او بزاف. مشكله الام ام او في العموم التكلفه عاليه بزاف، ماشي بس الديفلوبمنت ديال الجيم، المشكله باش تخدم الجيم اونلاين وخاصك يكون عندك سيرفرات وسيرفرات منتشره على مستوى العالم، وكل سيرفر والتكلفه ديالته وشحال الداتا اللي كاينه بتنبعث من الكلاينت للسيرفر والسيرفر للكلاينت، الباندويث وكل هذه الامور راه ماشي حاجه سهله. هذا علاش ما كاينش امثله بزاف لاشخاص اللي بيخدموا ام ام او وخصوصا الاندي. بعرف واحد اللي دار ام ام او بوحده، واحد. لكن هل نجحت جيم 2 ما نجحتش ما عنديش اي علم. وكان واحد وما عقلتش ما بقيش عاقل الجيم ديالته ايش هي، لكن حاول يدير واحد البورد وسيرفرات وهذا، ولكن ما اتوقع تكون خدم هذاك الشيء اللي المشكله الرننج بادجت تبعها شحال خاصك تحط فقط تكاليف للسيرفر باش تخليها اوبريشنال تخليها خدامه. هذه بوحدها كبيره بزاف، صعيبه على الاندي. مشان هيك الانديز ما تلقاهمش بيديروا هذا الشيء بتاتا في العموم.
شكرا جزيلا. أنا نخلي
لا
البلاصة
بالعكس،
الآخرين اللي بغا.
اهلا وسهلا بك.
عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
Hello. عيطتِ ليا دونك راه خصني نطلع أوتوماتيكمون شوية. دونك أوكي السلام عليكم. كرانوسي. المهم نورمالمون أنا je suis full stack developer وغير يعني dernièrement je me suis intéressée بالgame dev. surtout كنلعب بزاف د les jeux ولكن كنلعب أنا surtout solo game ما كنلعبش الcompetitive ولا multiplayer un peu هكا solo. Mais voilà je me suis intéressée لهاد الstage هذا حيت pourquoi pas علاش هاداك الsolo game اللي par exemple غنديرها تكون implémentée فيها الmultiplayer aspect. par exemple نعطي exemple بحال شو سميتو Elden Ring ولا Baldur's Gate. يعني واخا زعما إلي surtout solo game mais فيه l'aspect multiplayer. Donc
Mhm.
thank you so much for this stage. It was very interesting, informative. من ناحية الbackground اللي عندي خدمت في Unity as a first engine. كنت developed فيها واحد الgame بالVR as a project for learning electrical circuits. It was a project, an educational project. Then تانترستيت شوية ل 2D like platformers like basics باش أنني نطلع شوية بشوية. أبخي ما عرفتش كنطرا واحد الدراما مع يونيتي دوكو سويتشيت للغودوت. بدلت الغودوت كيعاودوا على like it's very community is very big very helpful. حتى like الجيمز اللي كيخرجوا منها like they are very good and it's beginner friendly. Unity عمرني قصت فيها حيت it's very professional for me. ما عرفتش intimidating for me Unity. I don't know زعما عمرني جربتها but maybe this will be what Unreal.
اوكي اوكي.
And yeah, Unreal like it's very professional. مع professional side ديالها كبير. الجرافيزم كتفوكسي على الجرافيزم بزاف وانا يلا هكا beginner, so I wanted something small and a smaller engine and easier to learn engine for like the first game. But it's فرصة أنني نبدل ونشوف الإنجن Unreal for this next project إن شاء الله.
إن شاء الله. موضوعين. الموضوع الأول اللي أنت حكيتي عنه هو فكرة إنك تعمل جيم، لعبة تكون سولو، تلعبها سولو بس فيها مالتي بلاير اسبكت. هذه القضية كاينة، وهذه القضية تقدر تديريها، وهذه القضية يعني مشي هم بالعادة مشي هم داروها سولو سنجل بلاير وبعدين حكوا خلينا نضيف الملتي بلاير. بيكونوا حطوا في بالهم من الأول إنها تكون الجيم تلعب بهذه الطريقة، يعني تكون تقدر تلعبها بوحدك بالكامل، تمشي فيها تلعب فيها بالكامل، وإذا بغيت ممكن يجوا عندك ناس ويلعبوا فيها. إلدر رينج واحدة منهم، بس الجماعة فروم سوفت وير يعني عملوا أصلا كل جيماتهم تقريبا في هذا المبدأ. بتلعب بوحدك لكن يقدر يجي عندك ناس أو تقدر تمشي عند ناس ثانيين، تكون أنت في الوورد ديالك وتقدر تروح أو في العالم تبعك وتروح لعالم آخر ديال لاعب آخر، أو يجيب عندك لاعبين يلعبوا معك. هذا القضية كاينة. هذا النوع من الأنواع الريال تايم ملتي بلاير، بس عاملينها بفكرة ديزاين ديالها انه انت بتروح من عالم لعالم تاني وتروح تزور هذا العالم التاني وتدير حاجة، سواء كان بالإشي الخير او بالشر. يعني يا اما بيجي اللاعب ويساعدك يعاونك في اللعب، اما يجي ويخسر لك اللعبة كلها كاملة على حسب ايش اللي هذا كان نية اللاعب اللي يجي عندك. هذا ديزاين، فكرة ديزاين، وهم بيكونوا حاطينها في الأول. يعني بيكونوا حاطينها في بالهم من الأول بغينا نديروا اللعبة بحالك وبيكملوا. إذا لعبتي كل الألعاب ديولهم اللي قبل، والله أعلم ألعابهم ماشية في هذا الاتجاه. وعندهم الاسynchronous مالتي بلاير برضو اسبكت في الجيم، اللي هو اللي كان شرحها علي قبيله. الفكرة انك انت بتلعب بس بطريقة غير متزامنة، يعني مش 100% كل شيء بوصل في هذيك اللحظة. بحال مثلا لما تكون في Elder Ring بتوصل لبلاصة معينة تقدر ترمي واحد الرسالة وتمشي، وهذه الرسالة بتروح لواحد تاني آخر في وقت آخر في يوم ما ويقرأها. فهذا النوع asynchronous multiplayer aspects من الجيم. والديزاين هذه افكار، بس هذه الافكار بورك عليها محطوطه قبل. يعني هم الديزاينرز حطوا في الاول انه باغيين يديروا الجيم بحالك وتكون بحالك ويكملوا عليها. الحاجه الاخرى اللي تكلمت عليها اللي هي فكره جودو تو انريل. انريل عنده واحد العيب دياله انه مشي حاجه سهله باش الواحد يتعلمها. المشكله في الانريل اللي هو الفكر اللي انبنى على اساس الانجن. طبعا انجن بحال انريل قديم مش جديد. وانريل اذا بتعرف القصه ديالته وقتها يمكن راح تتفهمي علاش هو خرج بحال هكا دابا، هو يعني مصمم بهذه الطريقه. ايبك جيمز اول ما بدات تشتغل جيمز ما خدمتش انجن، خدموا العابهم وكانوا خدموا الريال تورنمنت. هذا قديم هذا الكلام. لما خدموا الريال تورنمنت خدموه بانجن اللي هو الريال انجن. بس هذا الانجن راحوا فصلوا وقالوا علاش ما نبيعوا الانجن بوحده وها هي كان الجيم. فالانجن المحرك صمم خصيصا لانريال تورنمنت اللي هي لعبه فيرست بيرسون شوتر في ذاك الوقت، واللي هي ما توازي كويك في ذاك الوقت. ف يعني انعمل الانجن بناء على لعبه، وإيبك كملوا بهذا الأسلوب، كملوا بنفس الفكر. الإنجن عبارة عن حاجة اللي خدامة فيها لعبة دابة. انريال انجن اللي بروف انه هو واعر فورتنايت، خرج منه فورتنايت. وفورتنايت جيم معقدة، مش جيم بسيطة، مش جيم سهلة لا بالتنفيذ لا بالفكر لا بالتفاصيل اللي موجودة فيها. ففيها أفكار كتير وأشياء معقدة جدا. فمشان هيك الإنجن برضه كمان معقد. هذا من غير ما نحكي على الهيكلية تبعت الإنجن اللي حاجة فيها من بعد شوي. جودوت ويونيتي اجوا هدول الجماعة وقالوا خلينا نديروا إنجن. ما داروش جيم، داروا إنجن. كاين الفرق هنا. بغاو يديروا انجن جنرال بيربوس جيم انجن، يعني يخدم في اي جيم. نحن درنا الانجن استخدموه. ايش المثال ديالك على لعبه خدمت فيها هذا الانجن؟ ما كاينش من طرفهم، ما كاينش شي حاجه. هم حكوا يلا خلينا نعمل انجن ندير واحد الفكر. دابا كل انجن في عنده الفكر ديالو، عنده الطرق اللي آه، تخدم فيه بوحده. وانريل انجن عنده واحد الطريقه آم، جدا آم، جدا مرتبطه بالفكر تبع فورتنايت والفيرست بيرسون شوترز واستخدموا افكار معينه اللي بتخلي الموضوع شوي يبان معقد. لكن مع الوقت يعني هو خصوا الوقت الواحد باش يتعلمه. بس بعد ما تتعلموا بتفهم علاش دار بحال هكا. فهذه يمكن واحدة من المشاكل الأنريال. وأنريال بيحاولوا قديم يروحوا يعطوا توتوريالز، يعطوا محاضرات مؤتمرات يجوا يعطوا الناس دورات تدريبية على الإنجن باش الناس تشوف إنه موضوع خدام ليهم ويقدر يخدم بيهم يعني مزيان بهذه القضية. فهذه مبدئيا الفروقات. وبس توضيح للجماعة كلكم كاملين. أنا يا بهضر بهذا المنطلق لأني خدمت على انجنز كثيرة. ما خدمتش على واحد ولا اثنين، ما خدمتش انريل بوحده، ما خدمتش يونيتي بوحده. أنا كنت خدم أصلا في يوبي سوفت، ويوبي سوفت عندهم الانجنز ديولهم. فخدمت على هادول، خدمت على هادول بزاف. وخدمت برضه كمان على انجنز بحال يونيتي انريال. جربت جوتوت شويه، ما قدرت نحكي انه خدمت عليه بزاف. كاين انجنز اخرين درت انجن براسي وخدمت فيه باول الكارير ديالي. كانت خدمه على الجيم بوي ادفانس في هذاك الوقت، واللي هو ما كاينش فيه تا انجن اللي هو. فانا خدمت انجن ديالي او مش انا بوحدي، يعني كنت انا ومجموعه شباب خدمنا مع بعضياتنا هذاك الشيء. وانا بحكي من مبدأ الخبره في هذه الامور. فهذا هو التعليق ديالي على هذا الشيء.
شكرا.
Thank you so much. المهم أنا
اهلا
بخلي
وسهلا.
شي حد آخر يهضر.
أي
لا اهلا وسهلا بك.
شكون اللي بغى يطلع؟ مرحبا سي وليد.
كتسمعني مزيان؟
يس
نسمعك مزيان.
سلام، سميتي وليد. كنخدم في انريال مع هادي 3 فريلانسر. خدمت شويه في النيتوركين في انريال، مينلي واحد انفنتوري سيستم ميتي بلاير بلاس كرافتين و ايتم جاذرين اتسيتيرا و ايكويبمنتس. هاد الاكسبيرينس
إذا
عجبني
وليت
صراحه.
تعلي صوتك شوية.
اوكي. should I repeat?
هكا مزيان،
Can you hear me?
كمل.
Okay. I will talk English, I think. I'm used to English. Okay. So,
اللي بغيته.
okay. So, yeah. I worked with Unreal for 3 years. Uh, the last thing I did with Multiplayer was an inventory system that included crafting and equipments, as well as item gathering. Yeah, I'm a freelancer, by the way. I'm also co-founding a company. I mean, a studio. We are working on a game called Exploitation now. So, yeah, that's about it. It's not a multiplayer game, although it could be, but we don't have enough funding for it. It's quite hard to make a multiplayer game. It's quite expensive.
بالضبط. يعني زي ما حكى علي قبيله إنه الفندنج في هذا الوقت للأسف على مستوى العالم يعني صعب، مش سهل.
So yeah,
شكرا
that's it.
شكرا سي وليد، شكرا عليك.
No problem. I will leave the stage.
alors نجيبو غادي انفايتي شي واحد راندوملي، نحسبو حتى ل5 ثواني، الا ما طلعش اوكي. واحد، جوج، 3، 4، 5، اوكي. طلعش. been missed maybe. Are you here with us? تك. علي جاهز يديك، مرحبا.
As a member of the audience, I'll ask a question from you, Sama. Just a quick question. So you've worked in Unreal and in Unity, etc. Obviously, there was a lot of drama with Unity at this point. If you were starting a brand new project, thank you, Senma. If you were starting a brand new project, what would you pick as your engine and why? What would be the thinking? What would be the calculus?
سؤال مهم وسؤال ممتاز. قضية اختيار الإنجن تعتمد على أمور بزاف، مش هي شي حاجة واحدة أو على بناء على رغبات أو بناء على سمعة يونيتي في الحضيض. نعم، متفق معك. هذا لا يعني إنهم سيئين. في دوافع مختلفة عن دوافع أخرى. مثلا لما نبدأ نهدر على الإنجن، خلينا نهدر بطريقة منطقية. علاش أنا نختار إنجن؟ ويمكن أنا بدي أزيد على هذا السؤال، علاش تبدأ تعمل الإنجن ديالك؟ وحتى لو كنت أنت ديفلوبر، نبدأ أول إشي بفكرة الاختيار الإنجن. كله بيتعلق عندك بالنسبة للعبة، إيش أنت باغي، إيش باغي تدير. مثلا أنا باغي نتعلم، أوكي. باغي إيش نتعلم؟ باغي نتعلم كيفاش ندير لعبة نتوركينج. وقتها ممكن نحكي لك أوكي اختار Unreal Engine وتعلم منه، لأنه Unreal Engine فيه هو أفكار ديال النتوركينج مزيانة بزاف، تقدر تتعلم منه بزاف. ممكن طبعا هذه طريقة، مش بالضرورة Unreal بوحده، بس مثلا هذه واحدة من الأفكار. مثلا أنا بغيت نخدم على لعبة، أوكي أنت باغي تخدمها كهواية ولا باغي مثلا تخدمها بشكل إنك تربح فلوس بروفيشنال؟ فإذا كنت باغيها كهواية بحكي لك أوكي ممكن مثلا تاخد جودوت واشتغل عليه. سهل، في كوميونيتي خفيف، وفيه سكريبتنج لانجوج، خصوصا إذا أنت بتعرفش بروجرامينج طبعا، واخدم عليه. او مثلا تحكي لي لا انا بغيت شيء بروفيشنال، انا بغيت نخرج فلوس. اوكي بغيت تخرج فلوس، ايش التارجت انت ديالك؟ مثلا التارجت ديالك والله كونسولز ولا التارجت ديالك موبايل؟ مثلا اذا حكيت لي موبايل ممكن احكي لك يونيتي اكثر من انريل. اذا التارجت تبعك اكثر كونسولز ممكن احكي لك انريل اكثر من يونيتي، الى اخر من هذه الامور. هنايا لازم تكون عارف انت ايش اللي باغي، ايش الهدف يكون ديالك بالضبط، وعلى اساسه تختار الانجن. هلا كان في سؤال برضه كمان، يعني زي ما بيحكوا بالانجليزي ديبيت، انك انت تشتغل تاخذ انجن جاهز ولا تشتغل على انجن من الصفر. انا ممكن احكي لك انه ممكن انك تشتغل على الانجن ديالك ومن الصفر كمان، وهذاك الانجن هو اللي تخدم فيه الالعاب ديالتك. بس ما هي بتعتمد برضه كمان على الاهداف. اذا مثلا هدفك توصل باسرع وقت ممكن للماركت وتعمل ريليز للعبه تبعتك، معناته من الاحسن خذ لك انجن جاهز او اختصر الطريق. او مثلا تيجي تحكي تعرف انا عندي لعبه وانا متاكد راح ابيع بالملايين، بالملايين، اوكي، وراح اجيب يعني فلوس كتير. بس وقتها يمكن احكي لك اعمل الانجن ديالك. اذا انت عامل لعبه وحاسس انك حتبيع بالملايين وارباحك كتير، ما تنساش انت حتخلص الانجن بروفايدرز سواء كان يونيتي انريل او اي حدا ثالث. جودوت فري، هذا حاجه اخرى. بس اذا بدك تروح تخدم على على لعبة وتجيب لك ملايين، هذا هو السبب مثلا وين يوبي سوفت على سبيل المثال عندهم الانجنز ديولهم. علاش؟ لانه هذا الانجن ما بكلفهم مش او ما بيضطروش يدفعوا لايسنسنج فيز، ما بيضطروش يدفعوا فلوس بالاحرى. بس مرة تانية هي عبارة عن موازنة. لا بدك توازن بين ايش وايش، لانه حتى يوبي سوفت في حالات معينة بيستخدموا انجنز من برا او تكنولوجيا حتى من برات الشركة. مع انه يوبي سوفت عندها تكنولوجيا كتير في جوات الشركة، في شركات ما بتستخدم، في شركات بتعمل التكنولوجيا تبعتها. وفي حتى على مستوى الانديز منهم اللي بيحكي لا والله انا انتي ديفلوبر، انا باغي نعمل الانجن ديالي لاني انا ما غاديش نخدم جيم وحده بوحدها، انا غادي نخدم مجموعة العاب، وهذه مجموعة الالعاب على المدى البعيد لما يكون الانجن ديالي الفلوس اللي حتجيني في الارباح اكثر من انه انا استعمل يونيتي ولا انريل ولا انجن ثالث اروح اخلصه فلوس باش نقدر نستخدمه. ومن غير هذا الشيء يونيتي بالحركه تبعتهم اللي اتوقع كلكم بتعرفوها، او اللي ما بيعرفها يعني، هم يونيتي في يوم من الايام خطر في بالهم حكوا نحن بدنا نخلي الناس تخلص على الداونلود، تخلص على الداونلود واحد المبلغ. وهذا الداونلود يعني مكلف، مكلف جدا، خصوصا لما انت بتحكي عن الموبايل وانت بتعمل فري تو بلاي جيمز، يعني لعبه مجاني ما زال عمل داونلود وتروح تخلص على الداونلود. فالناس طلعت يمين في شمال فيهم ليونيتي اللي بنحكي عن الجيم ديفلوبرز. في الاخر يونيتي حكوا لك لا لا صافي نحن الغينا الموضوع كله بالكامل، ما بقيناش باغيين. لكن حركات مثل هذه بتخوف. يعني إذا أنت بتفكر عن المدى البعيد، والله أحسن أعمل التكنولوجيا تبعتي الخاصة فيه، وهذه التكنولوجيا أبنيها شوي شوي وأخليها على المدى البعيد. خصوصا أنا مش خدام جيم، أنا خدام مجموعة ألعاب، أنا عندي رؤية على المدى البعيد وباغي الأرباح تيجي لعندي. هذا واحد. واثنين، ما بغيش واحد يتحكم فيه بحال يونيتي. تخيلوا اليوم يونيتي قالوا نحن بدنا نحاسب على الداونلود، يجوا في يوم اخر يحكوا لك نحن بدنا نعمل بزنس موديل جديد، نحن غيرنا فكرنا. ممكن تعملها يونيتي، ممكن يعملوها انريل، ممكن يعملها اي واحد. فمشان هيك الواحد لازم يكون فاهم ايش الاشياء اللي بيعتمد عليها، شو هم الديبندنسيز اللي عنده. انا بعتمد على هذا البلاتفورم بس يخدم لي حاجه اللي نحكي اونلاين، او مثلا هاي بلاتفورم هذا حاجه اونلاين، هذا مثلا سوليوشن ديال فيزيكس، هذا مثلا الجيم انجن اللي انا راح نستخدمه. خاصك تحط في بالك هذه الاعتمادات هي ما اجتش فابور حواليك، هي اجت بالتكاليف، وهذه التكاليف بدك تحطها في عين الاعتبار، وكل واحد وحسب الهدف دياله في الاخر. انا اذا كنت باغي نخدم اندي جيم ديفلوبر، اكون اندي على المدى البعيد، مش جيم واروح بعد ما نحطها في السوق مثلا والتحكيم ما تباعتش، انا صافي ساليت، ما بقتش تخدم في هذا المجال. لا، انت على المدى البعيد عارف حالك اذا نزلت لعبة تنتين ثلاثة أربعة خمسة حتى 10 يمكن ما تنجحش الا في اللعبة رقم 11. فاذا بتفكر في المدى البعيد، اللهم ابدا التكنولوجي تبعتي، التكنولوجيا الخاصة بديالتي ونخدمها، ومشي اعمل يونيتي ولا اخترع انريل. لا 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 لا، انت بتعمل انجن ديال واحد النوع من الالعاب، ويكون بسيط وقاد بالحاجه، يعني على قد الحال. مشي حاجة تعمل لي يونيتي ولا تعمل لي انريل. هذا اصلا يونيتي وانريل فيه مئات من الاشخاص بيشتغلوا فيه، وعلى 8 ساعات في اليوم، 5 ايام في الاسبوع، واحسب كم من ساعة نحط فيهم هدول efforts. يعني لا، احنا ما بنحكيش عن هذا الشيء، انا بحكي تعمل شي حاجة مقاطعة صغيرة على قد الحال، على قد الجيمات اللي انت بتتصوبهم وتحطهم. هذا مثلا انا بالنسبه لي يعني زي ما بيحكوا بالانجليزي فيبل، يعني هذا الحل منطقي. لكن في ناس تانيين بيحكي لك لا انا ما نقدرش، انا ما عرفتش ايش، انا بخاف، انا ما هذا كل واحد كيف بيشوفها. عشان هيك انا بحكي انها موضع نقاش. بس انا الاهم عندي انك تفهم ايش هم الاهداف ديولك، عارف انت ايش باغي، انت باغي تتعلم، انت بتشتغل جيمز هواية، انت والله بدك تدخل بس تربح فلوس. كل حاجة مختلفة عن الأخرى. وبعدين تفهم ايش اللي باغي تصوبه. باغي انا نصوب فيرست بيرسون شوتر حاجة، باغي تصوب لي سيميوليشن جيمز حاجة، باغي تصوب بلاتفورمينج حاجة، باغي تصوب بازلز حاجة، باغي تروح تصوب جيمز للموبايل حاجة، باغي تصوبها للبي سي حاجة، بغيت حتى في البي سي بغيت تصوبها لستيم حاجة، وبغيت تصوبها من غير ستيم حاجة أخرى. يعني كل حاجة ولها خصوصيتها. ممكن تعمل مثلا انجن على البي سي يخدم على الويندوز بوحده، في ستيم بوحده بدون حاجة أخرى، وتحكي أنا هذا الانجن بغي إياه على المدى البعيد أنزل 4 جيمات مثلا ونخدم به، وفي البي سي في ستيم. فتروح تعمل مثلا انتجريشن لستيم اي بي اي في الداخل فيه، وتروح من بعد تبقى تخدم فيه وتخدم معك وتربح منه فلوس. ممكن
كاين واحد
طبعا لازم يكون عندك واحد العلم معين طلع شوي يعني.
كاين واحد السؤال من عند بدر الدين.
أه.
واش ممكن ناخذ اوبن سورس انجين ونعدلو عليه بحال مثلا نقول.
اكيد اكيد جو دوت هم بسموهم فوس، اللي هو فري اند اوبن سورس سوفت وير. هذا هذا موفمنت، هذه حركة، هذا فكر. الفكر تبعي ان اول فكر هذا الفوس اللي هو انك انت تمسك سوفت وير وتحط السورس كود دياله وتخليه فري، اعمل اللي بغيت فيه. قطط من هدول الناس. ها انا عملت الانجن، ها هو الانجن قدام عيني، امسكه واعدل فيه اللي بغيته عادي، واعمل الديريفيتيف ديالك. طبعا كل واحد حسب اللايسنس، يعني بدك تقرا اللايسنس التفاصيل تبعتها، الترخيص تبعه. في منهم اللي بيسمح لك انك تعدل عليه وتستخدمه لوحدك، في اللي حكي اذا مثلا مسكت جوتو عدلت فيه ورجعت سميته مثلا محمود دوت ورحت حطيته اونلاين، هذه لا، لانه الاصل هو جوتو. بس ممكن في منهم بس بيحكوا لك مثلا اذا عدلت في الانجن خاصك ترجع التعديلات للكوميونتي. والى اخره من الامور، يعني على حسب اللايسنس اللي موجوده. بس بالعموم تقدر تاخذ انت السوفت وير، مش بس يعني انجن، اي سوفت وير انت بغيته يكون فري واوبن سورس، تمسكه عدله لاحتياجاتك الخاصه واخدم فيه. اصلا هذه خاصه تكون معروفه لكل الناس. ما كاينش واحد بيخدم بانجن بحال ما هو. يعني حتى اللي بياخدوا يونيتي واللي بياخدوا انريل، بالذات انريل، عرفت، كاين تعديلات على الانجن باش يخدم بالطريقه اللي انت باغيها، لانه الانجن معد بطريقه معينه. هذه الطريقه يمكن ما تناسبك، ما تناسب الجيم ديالتك، ما تناسب طريقه الخدمه ديالتك. فانت لازم تطور واحد من مجموعه الادوات، او يمكن تضطر تعدل حتى على الانجن نفسه باش يخدم بالطريقه اللي بتناسبك انت في الاخر. فهذه حطوها في بالكم. يعني انا ما باخذ يونيتي، انريل، جودوت، او اي حاجه من هدول هيك هكا بدون ما نزيد عليه حاجه ولا نعدل عليه حاجه ولا نقاطه بطريقه مختلفه. لانه ما كاينش وان سايز فيت اول. يعني ما كاينش واحد القياس ديال الملابس اي واحد يقدر يلبسها. في كاين صغير، في كاين كبير، في كاين ما عرفتش ناصح، في كاين ضعيف. خاص تجيب الانجن على مقاس اللعبة ديالتك. ف
مهم.
ومن هذه الخيارات تقدر تاخذ الاشياء الاوبن سورس، عدل فيهم واخدم فيهم. بالعكس، يعني حركة هذه هدفها انها تساعد الناس وتعاون الناس، وما تفكرش فيها بس على مستوى الانجن. يعني مثلا انا اعطيك مثال، بحال لينوكس. مثلا انت باغي مثلا تدير هذاك الانفايرمنت ديالك حتى كله كامل يكون مبني من يعني بالصفر، بديش ادفع ولا فلس. اوكي مزيان، خذ لينوكس، اخدم، حط اوبريتنج سيستم لينوكس، ما تاخذش ويندوز خاصك تخلص عليه. خذ لينوكس، خذ هذوك الاوبن سورس تولز. مثلا بامكانك تخدم اوبن جي ال يعني اي بي اي معروفه مستخدمه وبتعمل سبورت لمجموعه كبيره من الاجهزه، ومش بس بالضروره الاجهزه المربوطه مع مايكروسوفت اللي هي اكثر مربوطه بالدايركت اكس مثلا، وتكمل على هذا الاساس. يعني هذه حركه، هذه حركه، والحركه هذه فالid. يعني حركه، لما احكي حركه يعني موفمنت، فيعني فكر.
اوكي اوكي. ما عرفتش شكون اللي بغى يطلع يسول شي سؤال، الا كان عندكم شي سؤال شي واحد
العفو.
يهز يديه. الوغ بالنسبه للناس اللي يلاه جاو، كنا دايرين لي بريزونطاسيون. اوكي مرحبا. اصبر، بلا يلا غادي نجي ندير، راني انفايتيتك باش مرحبا. دونك كنت كنقول بلي دايرين سيسيون ديال لي بريزونطاسيون، يعني اللي بغا يطلع كل واحد غيطلع يبريزونتي راسو دغيا. لا كان عندك شي سؤال، شكرا.
هو كتسمعني؟
ايه.
نسمعك.
سميتي سعيد من المغرب. المهم بديت هذه واحد 4 سنين. انا ديجا كنت ديفلوبر غير عادي، قريت في الاستيا، مي عندي هاد الشغف ديال الجيم ديفلوبمون مني وانا صغير. الوغ المهم بديت في الاول، بديت كنتعلم غير اليونيتي اوتو فورماسيون. بديت كنصايب دي ميني بروجي، ما مشيتش بديت كنقاد بروجيات كبار، كنقاد دي بلاتفورم جيم، دي كويز جيم. المهم بقيت غادي بشويه بشويه. اي ابخي دابا خدام على واحد البروجي كبير شويه، ماشي كبير مي هو واحد الجو ديال الرعب بفيرسيون مغربي، يعني فيها كلشي مغربي. جو بونس بلي كاينين هنا شي وحدين كيعرفوني. مي دابا لقيت واحد الصعوبات، هي انني شي حوايج مثلا فاش كنت كنقرا اليونيتي، شي حوايج دابا فاش بغيتهم هنا يعني ما كنتش في الاول كنقرا المات ديف، ولا مثلا المات اللي متخصص، ولا الفيزيك المتخصص بالالعاب. فجيت دابا نكري واحد البروجي اللي هو 3 دي، لقيت بزاف ديال الصعوبات، عاد رجعت كنقرا زيرو. يعني انا كنشوف الناس اللي بغاو يتعلموا الطريقه الصحيحه، يبداو بالباسيك ويبداو بداك الشيء اللي مثلا بغيت تخصص في الالعاب، تقرا الرياضيات الخاصه بالالعاب والفيزيك اللي خاصه بالالعاب. مع انا كنت وقعت في واحد كتسمى، بقيت غير متبع لي توتوريال ونسيت باللي خصني نقرا شي حوايج اخرين. يعني ديجا كان عندي مع السي شارب، ولكن ما كنتش متعمق في المات والفيزيك. الوغ فاش كتدخل الدومين ديال الجيم ديفلوبمون كتلقى خص يكون عندك واحد المعرفه في المات والفيزيك ضروري. وهذا ما كاين. كنشكر الناس وكنشكر كاع الدراري اللي كاينين هنا.
مرحبا.
يا اهلا
شكرا
وسهلا
بزاف.
بك.
نشكرك.
فعلا عندك الحق بهذه الجملة اللي هي رياضيات في العموم، ماث والفيزيكس الفيزياء مهمين جدا 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 في عالم الألعاب، لأنك أنت في الآخر بتتعامل مع أرقام، بتتعامل مع أرقام، مع قوانين، مع قواعد. وكل ما زاد علمك في الرياضيات وكل ما زاد علمك في الفيزيكس كل ما قدرت انك تعمل اشياء احسن. وتعتمد على اللعبه، تعتمد على اللعبه. يعني مثلا اذا مثلا نيجي على مستوى البلاتفورمينج، بلاتفورمينج في عندنا التنقيزه. هيك تنقيزه، هذه ميكانيك البدائيه، يعني ابسط حاجه في البلاتفورمينج هي التنقيزه. هذه التنقيزة عبارة عن معادلات رياضية وفيزيائية، اللي ما بفهمها ما غاديش يعرف يبرمج التنقيزة، وما غاديش يفهم كيفاش راح تدار التنقيزة بواحد الطريقة مزيانة وتخدم بطريقة مزيانة. اللي باغي يعرف أنا غادي نقولها بشكل مختصر. دابا التنقيزة نفسها هي عبارة عن قوة أنت بتعطيها للاعب أو للكاركتر، للشخصية اللي واقفة، تعطيها من تحت بحيث أنها تطلع، ولما تنزل على الأرض هي عبارة عن جاذبية، يعني قوة أخرى بتروح تسحب الشخصية للمستوى البلاتفورم أو الأرض وتضرب فيه. هذا واحد. اثنين، الطريقة اللي بتمشي فيها الجمب أو يعني المسار اللي نحن بيصير عندنا في الجمب عبارة عن منحنى، بس بيحكوا له بالإنجليزي بارابولا. هذا المنحنى هذا له معادلة رياضية الخاصة ديالته، واحد خاصه يفهمها. الحاجة الأخرى، لما يكون الكاركتر واقف على البلاتفورم، واقف عليه، في عندنا كوليجن او تصادم ما بين الشخصيه وما بين هذا البلاتفورم. وهذا الكوليجن برضو عباره عن حسابات رياضيه اللي بتمنع الكاركتر انه ينزل لتحت او مثلا يطلع لفوق. وبعد كمان لما يجي الكاركتر يكون هابط من فوق وينزل على الارض، ده علاش ما ينقزش مره اخرى، او مثلا ما يكونش في ارتداد وينقز. لما يلمس البلاتفورم يوقف مباشره، مش هذه برضو كمان عباره عن معادلات او شيء بيسموه بالفيزياء ريستيوشن او الارتداد. ففي كثير افكار، هذا على مستوى بس البلاتفورمينج، افكار الفيزياء والرياضيات اللي موجوده فيها. فانا متفق معك جدا في يعني هذا على مستوى بس البلاتفورمينج. اذا مثلا بتجرب بتفكر تعمل برمجه بالرسوميات الجرافيكس، بالذات في المجال تبع ال 3 دي، خاصك تعرف الفيكتورز اللي هي المتجهات، تعرف الماتريسيز اللي هي المصفوفات. آه كاين علم كبير.
ايكويشنز ديال حساب المثلثات. يعني كتكون عندك واحد النقطه ملي كتبغي توصل لها، راه انت في واحد البعد اللي مثلا في البلاتفورم 2 دي، بعد ثنائي. يعني خصك تعرف مثلا ملي تنتقل من النقطه ل للنقطه ب، شنو هما مثلا شنو هما المعادلات اللي خصهم يكونوا. هكا كتكون انك تعمق شي اكثر وفهمت اللعبه ملي كديفلوبها، ماشي غير كتاخذ توتوريال كتكوبي كولي.
صح صح،
هنا
كلامك
تقدر
صحيح
تزيد
100%.
تبدع، او كتكري انت واحد كيما تقدر تكري واحد الاسيت خاص بك انت كتبقى خدام به ديما في اليونيتي. واحد مثلا اسيت ديال البلاتفورم ديال الكاركتر كنترول ديالك خاص فيه الفيزيك ديالك وفيه بزاف د الحوايج ديالك انت اللي مديفلوبيهم وعارف كيفاش كتعامل معاهم.
مظبوط مظبوط، كلامك صحيح 100%. فمشان هيك أنا بحاول كثير إن ننصح الناس إنهم يتعلموا الفيزياء والرياضيات قبل البرمجة في الجيمز، حتوعيك وحتعرف تحل مشاكل كثيرة. بس إذا ما كنت تعرف فيهم غاد تضيع. ف يعني كلامك صحيح 100%.
شفت بعض المؤثرين كيقول لك باش تدخل البرمجه، وانا كنت ديما معارضهم. ما خديش تحتاج انك يكون عندك معرفه في المات بزاف. يقدروا يكونوا شي مجالات اخرين، ولكن بالدومين ديال الجيم ضروري خص يكون عندك معرفه بالمات. وهذه زعما حاجه مفروغ منها، باش ما يبقاوش يكذبوا على الدراري ولا يوهموهم باللي راه تقدر تكون مثلا زعما عندك غير معرفه بسيطه وتدخل تقدر، ولكن غير غادي تبقى واحد غير في شي حوايج اللي بساط. ما غاديش تقدر ديفلوبي شي حاجه كبيره، وما غاديش تقدر تحط دي جيم اللي مثلا دي زيدي جداد، حقاش غادي تكون غير كدير كوبي كولي لي جيم اللي كاينين ديجا كاينين.
صح صح كلامك، صح كلامك. وهذه الفكرة اللي هي انك تعمل كوبي بيست للكود، مش هي حاجة بتساعد. يعني في الاخر انت ما راح يعني حتحط كود انت مش فاهمه، اخذته من هنا وحطيته هنا. هذا مش برمجة، هذه عبارة عن تسليكة حال. اللي المبرمج خاصه يكون فاهم كل شيء مكتوب عنده في الكود سطر بسطر، وعارف ايش اللي بدخل عليه وايش اللي بيطلع منه الكود.
عندي
متفق
أنا
معك.
واحد السؤال. when it comes to programming يعني واش انت كمبرمج قلتي خاص ضروري الواحد يكون فاهم الكود ديالو كامل سطر بسطر ياك؟ ولكن let's say واحد البروجيكت خدمتي عليه هذه مدة طويلة ومن بعد تترجع ليه، واش كطرى للمبرمجين كاملين انهم كينساو داكشي لاش كان صالح ولا هاد القضية ما عمرها ما كطرى لك مثلا بالنسبة لك انت؟
لا، هذا سؤال أول شيء جوهري، والإجابة عليه هي أنه إذا كان الكود مكتوب بطريقة مفهومة، مش بس أنت، حتى لو نسيته ترجع ليه وتقرأه وحتفهمه، غيرك غادي يرجع ليه ويقرأه وحيفهم. أنا أعطيك مثال على الكود اللي خلينا نحكي مزيان. مزيان Unreal. إذا واحد جرب قاس الكود تبع Unreal Engine مش كله كامل طبعا، هو كبير بزاف، بس إذا بتقرأ بلايس معينين فيه تقدر تفهم إيش اللي باغين فيه. واحد الأماكن واحد المرات ما تلقاش الجواب للي تبغيه. بس هنا فين الكود المزيان بيفرق عن الكود اللي مشي مزيان. اللي مشي مزيان بيكون مكتوب بواحد الطريقة مشي مفهومة، ما يكونش مثلا مكتوب فيه حدا كومنتس يوضح الأفكار، أو هو مش مكتوب بطريقة مفهومة للناس، أو مش مفهومة للناس. يمكن يكون مكتوب بطريقة معقدة، مش مبسطة. ممكن يكون يعني انا مثلا واحده من الاشياء اللي عشتها في حياتي، اللي هي مثلا ممكن يكون برضه كمان عامل اللغه بيلعب دور كبير. يعني مثلا واحد البرمجه للاسف كلياتها بالانجليزي. اوكي، وانا بحكي للاسف لانه نحن ما مش هي لغتنا الاصل الانجليزي، بس احنا بنضطر نتعلم الانجليزي باش نقدر نبرمج. بس بما انك انت بتبرمج باللغه الانجليزيه، فخص الكود تبعك يكون بالانجليزي. يعني ما تحطليش كلام عربي في وسط الكود ديالك، لانك بس انت بتعرف الكلمه بالعربي ما عرفهاش بالانجليزي. هذه نقطه مهمه. يعني طب اذا اجى واحد تاني يقرا الكود ديالك ما قديش تفهم، ما قديش يفهمه اذا ما كانش عارف عربي. ونفس القضيه هذه بتصير لما يكونوا مثلا مبرمجين يابانيين بيبرمجوا كود معين او يعطوك كود معين، بتلاقي الكتابه مكتوبه مش الكلام كله الاحرف مكتوبه بالاحرف اللاتينيه يعني بالانجليزي، بس بتلاقي مثلا كومنتس مكتوبه بالياباني، ما تقدرش تفهم ايش اللي مكتوب او شو المقصود فيه. هذا مرات، ما بديش احكي دائما. في مرات انا تعاملت مع مطورين عرب وشفت الكود ديالهم، وكان في كلمات مكتوبة بالأحرف اللاتينية، بس مكتوب بالمعنى العربي. فيعني طب كيف واحد كان حيفهم الكود إذا ما كانش بيعرف العربية؟ والأسوأ من هيك، أنا شفت كود قدام عيني مثلا بحط الأسماء الفاريبلز أو أسماء الفانكشنز S A B L M. طب
حرف
يعني
واحد.
حرف واحد، حرف واحد. طب انت
شاشة أنا هاد
لما
القضية ما عمرها ما
لما
تفهمت
تحط
لي.
لما تحط حرف واحد، كيف انا بدي استنتج هذا الفاريبل ايش قصدك فيه؟ لما مثلا تحط لي فاريبل بي، طب وهو نوعه بوليان مثلا،
بوليان انت قلت
غير
حيت
لما
بوليان بي
لا، بس هذه مش مفهومه. بس غير مثلا تحكي لي بي is on ground، انا بفهم انه مثلا هذا عباره عن يمكن الكاركتر يكون ملاصق لواحد البلاتفورم، اذا ما كانش ملاصق بالبلاتفورم معناته حيكون فولس، اذا كان ملاصق بلاتفورم حيكون ترو. نفهمها. بس لما مثلا تسمي لي اياه هذا الفاريبل بي ولا جي ما قدرتش تفهمها. فطريقة الكود، طريقة كتابة الكود، طريقة تعبيرك عن الفانكشنز وهذا، أنا بشوف من أصعب الأشياء في البرمجة يمكن تضحكوا علي بس من اصعب الاشياء في البرمجه هي التسميه،
لا
مش
بالعكس
البرمجه.
متفق معك.
التسميه،
كدير
تسميه
الكلين كود.
الاسماء، الفانكشنز، تسميه الكلاسز، تسميه اسماء الملفات اللي انت بتخدم فيهم، تسميه الفاريبلز. هادول أصعب من إني أبرمج حاجة، لأنه لازم أخترع اسم يكون مفهوم لكل واحد مبرمج آخر من بعد يجي ويمسك الكود، وهذا الإشي مش سهل. تخيل حالك أنت
كاينه
عندك
واحد
open
الرولز
source
من بعد مرات
project.
كيقول لك كاينه واحد الرولز تقول
يعني إذا
لك
حطيت open source project online، وهذا الاوبن وحطيت السورس كله كامل، اذا كودك ما كانش مفهوم مين غادي يفكر اصلا يتفرج عليه؟ انت واحد ما غادي يتفرج عليه. فضروري جدا هذه الاشياء.
فعلا كاينه واحد الرولز كتقول لك خاص هذاك الكود ديالك يكون مفهوم بلا ما تحتاج دير حتى الكومنتس يعني.
في منهم، انا من المؤمنين في هذا الشيء.
وعاد الكومنتس حيت في الاخر حتى الكومنتس عندهم داون سايد ديالهم ولاو كتار بلا معنى.
طبيعي
آه.
طبيعي طبيعي.
خاصك
الكومنت.
غادي دير الكلين كود.
تفضل.
خاصك دير الكلين كود. انا في الاول ما كنت الكود ديالي كندوخ فيه حقاش ما كنتش كنرتب داكشي. كتلقى فونكسيون هنا فونكسيون لتحت فاريابل هنا. الوغ فاش كنت كنرجع للكود ديالي انا ما كنتش كنفهمو. مي ابخي بديت كنرتبو كنقادو كنحاول كما قلت هذه مزيان هذه النقطه. كنسمي لي فاريابل. مثلا عندي اتس جراوندد بغيت نعرف البلاير امتى غادي يكون على الارض كنسمى اتس جراوندد. ما كنعطاش مثلا الجي ولا شي حاجه باش كنبقى عاقل على هذه. راه هي اللي كتخدم ليا باش نعرف البلاير ديالو البلاير ديالي باللي راه كاين في الارض. ولا مثلا جامب ولا جامب فورس كنعرف بلي هذه القوه ديال القفز وهذه خاصها غير بالقوه ديال القفز عادي جامب بحال هكا. وبديت كنقاد الكود واخا ماشي كلين 100% مي وليت كنفهمو كنحاول نرتبو.
بالضبط بالضبط. هذه نقطة جوهرية، كلين كود. فإذا بتكتب كلين كود وتعود إنك تكتب كلين كود، هذا الشيء حيساعدك بالذات، ويساعد غيرك يقرأ الكود. وطبعا كيف تقدر توصل لهذه القضية؟ إذا أنت بتوري الكود ديالك لزميلك في الخدمة وتراجعوه مع بعضياتكم، تديروا ريفيو، هذا الشيء بيحسن مستوى الكود ديالك وديال غيرك يعني. وبرضه كمان بيعلمك، بيخليك تتعلم بزاف من غيرك. لانه واقع انا خدام 20 عام، اكثر من 20 عام في الجيم اندستري، وتل دابا وانا نتعلم، ما نكذبش. وبالعكس بيجوا ناس وبتعلم منهم، وسواء كان جونيور يلا جديد داخل، او كان واحد من 40 سنة وهو خدام. كل شيء بتقدر تتعلم منه، لأنه المعلومة هي معلومة. فأنت بتتعلم من واحد بغض النظر إيش هو كان مستواه أو شو كاين الفكر اللي عنده. المهم المعلومة جديدة تتعلمها وتصير تطبقها وتكمل عليها. فمن ضمن هالأفكار الكلين كود. وإذا نورك أكثر كمان في شيء بيسموه كودينج ستايل. كودينج ستايل هي طريقة الكودينج ديالك. في مرات نحن بنكونوا كاتبين آم، زي ما تحكي القاعدة الرئيسية كيفاش نكتب الكود ديالنا. يعني
جايد
مثلا إذا
لاينز.
أنا عرفت بوليان، خاصنا نحط بي في الأول، بي سمول، وبعدين نكمل الاسم تبع الفاريبل مثلا. هذه موجودة في انريل. اللي بيقرأ بانريل بيشوف انه انريل بكتبه بطريقة معينة، الكود كله كامل بنطلق من كتب بطريقة معينة. هذا بسموه كودينج ستايل، ومكتوبة في انريل كيف الكودينج ستايل ديالهم، على أي أساس بكتبوه، وكل شيء كامل. والشركة عندهم كلها كاملة تمشي في هذا الموضوع. وحتى الشركات الأخرى اللي بتستخدم الإنجن بالعادة بيمشوا بنفس الكودينج ستايل الموجودة ديال انريل إنجن. وهذا الشيء حاجة مهمة. أنا بعرف في الإنديز بتكون مثلا مبرمج واحد ولا مبرمجين فقط الخدامين، أو مجموعة صغيرة. لكن من الأحسن دائما امشي بطريقة أو بثوابت معينة بالنسبة للكود ديالك. يعني دير كودينج ستايل ديالك، وهذا الكودينج ستايل خليه مكتوب، خليه واضح. إذا مشيت عليه كودك حيكون واضح، إذا ما مشيتش عليه كودك حيكون في السماء يعني.
عندنا
ها
دابا وقيلا
هو
قربنا
وليد حط
نساليو.
اللينك ديال هذا الشيء.
قربنا نساليو وبقى غنسولو غير شي سؤال اللي يكون عنده علاقة مع الموضوع ديال اليوم اللي هو النيتوركينغ. إذا كان ممكن مثلا أسامة شي واحد بغى يبدا واحد الملتي بلاير جيم في انريل انجين، شنو هما ستيبس باي ستيبس اللي خصو يتبع مثلا باش يكونفيغوري ميبي انريل زعما الانجين ديال انريل اتسيتيرا حتى باش يكون نيتورك ولا ملتي بلاير ريدي. عرفت واش it makes sense the question ولا لا مي
الملتي بلاير أنا نعاود مرة أخرى، يعني كان عندنا كريس وكان عندنا علي وهدروا بزاف في هذه الأمور ودخلنا في البانل وهدرنا شوي. دابا الموضوع معقد، أنا ما أنكرش الموضوع معقد، والموضوع مش في Unreal Engine. اللي بيعرف نتوركينج ويدخل على Unreal Engine حاجة، واللي بيعرفش نتوركينج وما زال باغي يتعلم نتوركينج في Unreal Engine حاجة أخرى. إذا يعني أنا النصيحة اللي من عندي هي إنه يحاول يشوف يحاول يفصل بين حاجتين. الحاجة الأولى هي كيفاش نتعامل مع النتوركينج في اللعبة، هذه قضية، وكيفاش نتعامل مع النتوركينج في Unreal Engine هذه قضية أخرى. لأنه اللعبة بغض النظر شو استخدمت، بغض النظر استخدمت Unreal، استخدمت يونيتي، استخدمت جودوت، استخدمت إشي ثالث رابع خامس سادس، اللعبة عندها أفكار معينة في النتوركينج، خاصك تفهم هذه الأفكار وخاصك تحط الوقائع قدام عينيك. كريس اليوم أعطى محاضرة مهمة جدا في الليتنسي، يعني كيف تتعامل مع التأخير في الداتا لما توصل من طرف لطرف تاني. هذا جزء من الأفكار. في عندك security، في عندنا bandwidth، في عندنا اشياء كثير، فلازم تاخذهم بعين الاعتبار وتفهمهم بالنسبه للعبه ديالك. طب بعد ما فهمت هذا الشيء كله كامل وعرفت كيف باغي تحلهم بغض النظر عن التكنولوجيا، بغض النظر عن التكنولوجيا اللي غادي تستخدمها، من بعد بتصفي عندك مرحله ثانيه اللي هي تنقص على الريال انجن، وتحاول دابا تفهم كيفاش تطبق هذاك الشيء اللي انت فهمته في الجيم ديالتك وتروح تديره في انريال انجن. وانريال انجن في انريال انجن في عندهم دوكيومنتيشن، في عندهم فيديوهات توتوريالز، في عندهم عندهم ليرنينج برضو كمان، عندهم اشياء كثير. وفي واحد السيد عامل واحد الدوكيومنتيشن دياله مش الرسمي ديال انريال انجن، اتوقع سي بي جست ممكن يعملنا شير لها. هو مره كان دارها بالفورم، واحد الدوكيومنت PDF تشرح الريال نتوركينج بالتفاصيل المملة وبالطريقة أنا بتوقع أحسن من الطريقة اللي بيهضروا فيها حتى أنريل نفسهم. هاي هي وليد عملها شير لكم. هذه هي الدوكيومنت، مالتي بلاير نتورك كونتنت. هذه جدا جدا روعة الدوكيومنت، وجدا أحسن من الدوكيومنتيشن كامل تبع Unreal Engine. اللي بقرأها وبتبع عليها وبيمشي معها خطوة بخطوة، هي مش توتوريال، هي شرح، بس إذا بتفهم المواضيع خطوة بخطوة فيها غادي تعاونك بزاف باش تطبق هذاك النتوركينج عندك.
خاص
فأتوقع
بانريل انجن ماشي بجنرال نيتوركينج.
لا، هذا الدوكيومنت خصوصي لانريل. دابا
اوكي
اللي اذا بدك تعرف جنرال نتوركينج هذه قصه اخرى بالكامل. لكن انا عندي اقتراح، انا دابا جزء من هذه الكوميونتي وانتم في مجموعه بتعرفني قبل. يعني في عندنا السكشن تبع البروجرامينج، وفي مرات كثير الشباب بيكتبوا وبيحطوا افكار في النتوركينج ونقاشات متميزه صراحه. اللي باغي يتعلم بيدخل على هذاك السكشن تبع البروجرامينج ويقرا الشباب شو اللي كاتبينه شو اللي حاطينه، والريسورسز النقاشات اللي ممكن تكون موجوده. هذاك الشيء كله كامل واعر صراحه ومفيد وبيعلم. واهم من كل شيء كامل هذه كوميونتي، كل واحد بيساعد الاخر. يعني اذا في عندك واحد السؤال سول، وهذه الناس تجاوبك. اسهل واسرع طريقه للتعلم، اسال سؤالك وخلي سؤالك محدد بصيغه محدده وواضحه، والاخرين غادي ينقزوا ويجاوبوك.
اوكي أسامة، شكرا جزيلا. شكرا لكم للجميع for attending this session and the other sessions for those who were able to attend them. شكرا whatever زعما حتى لا ما اتنديتوش، شكرا لكم. وتنقول لكم ربما كلمة أخيرة أسامة قبل ما نقفلوا هاد الجيم ديف داي ديال هاد النهار.
أنا سعيد جدا بوجودي معاكم، وأنا موجود معاكم أصلا. يعني
مرحبا بك
عضو في الجروب.
ويشرفنا كثيرا
لا,
أنك تكون موجود معنا. تنتعلموا
لا
منك
بالعكس،
دائما بزاف ديال المعلومات، وحتى من الدراري زعما راه تبارك الله عليهم. كاين بزاف ديال الناس تيبارطاجيو دي تخيك تري انتريسون. دونك دونت هيزيتيت انكم تبقاو تفولويو شنو كيطرا في الكوميونيتي. وان شاء الله غادي نبارطاجي اللينك ديال اليوتيوب في الايفنتس تشانل اللي خاص بهاد الجيم ديف داي يكون في نوفمبر، باش اللي بغى يجي يشوفو من بعد he can always come back later and watch it again. thank you so much everyone، وتنقول لكم الى الجيم ديف داي القادم ان شاء الله. don't hesitate الا كان عندكم شي افكار مثلا peut-être شي subjects ولا teams اللي تبغيو الجيم ديف دايات جايين يكونوا عليهم تسجستيهم. شكرا بزاف everyone and catch you soon ان شاء الله. دابا next event اللي غادي يكون غالبا هو الموروكان جيم جام، وغيكون ان شاء الله في لو 22 23 و 24 نوفمبر. يعني لو 22 غادي انونسيو التيم ديال الموروكان جيم جام اونلاين، و 23 24 غادي نركزو على الخدمه في هادوك لي جو. كاينين بلايص فين غادي يكون in real life وحتى online اللي بغى يشارك online. Thank you so much. More announcements on that later on. إلى اللقاء everyone. شكرا بزاف.